I'm going to start. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank everyone for coming out today. Obviously, this is an issue that we all care very, very deeply about. We're going to begin with the governor's panel in just a second. Let me first begin by asking if any of the chairs who are here today have any initial comments that they'd like to make.
No, Mr. Chair. Thank you for letting us join your hearing.
You're on, Mike.
And piggyback so that, we can have a little efficiency here with this obviously important hearing.
Very good. And so, of course, this is Senate Bill 429, the Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act, as well as HB 504. And we're going to just leap right into it. The Chief of Staff of the Governor, Mr. Fagan Harris, you can begin.
Thank you. Chairs Gazone, Barnes, Feldman, and Atterbury. Vice Chairs Rosapep, Chang, Kagan, and Wilkins. And members of the Budget and Taxation, Appropriations, Education, Energy, Environment, and Ways and Means Committees. I thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony in support of SB 429 and HB 504, the Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act. On behalf of the Governor, I want to acknowledge the work of the General Assembly to continue to prioritize investments in our students through your efforts on education issues and the blueprint for Maryland's future. We recognize that these efforts have come at the expense of other legislative priorities and individual members' interest, but there can be no greater unifier than the betterment of our children and the strengthening of our future workforce. The future success of Maryland hinges on providing our children with the best possible education, and we appreciate your dedication to this mission. For the record, my name is Fagan Harris. I serve as the Governor's Chief of Staff. I am joined by Carmel Martin, Special Secretary for the Governor's Office of Children and Senior Advisor to the Governor on Economic Mobility, and Mike Thomas, Deputy Legislative Officer. Later, we will hear from Ike Leggett, Chair of the Accountability and Implementation Board, Dr. Joshua Michael, President of the State Board of Education, and Dr. Carrie Wright, Maryland State Superintendent of Schools, who will discuss in more detail the policy provisions included in the Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act. Our administration believes strongly that investments in public education are fundamental not only to growing our economy, but also to eliminating child poverty across the state. Working in partnership with the General Assembly, together we've increased education funding by 21%, almost $2 billion, since our administration's first budget. Even in the face of fiscal challenges, this year we are continuing our commitment to education, proposing to increase education spending by $500 million. Since we entered office, we have taken meaningful steps to improve education across Maryland. These include expanding access to pre-kindergarten and high-quality childcare, passing the Educator Shortage Acts to reduce teacher vacancies by 25%, increasing wraparound support such as tutoring, summer programs, and mental health services, quadrupling the number of students participating in apprenticeship programs. These are significant accomplishments, but our work is far from finished. More needs to be done to ensure that every child in Maryland has access to a world-class education. These efforts are grounded in the principles and goals of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. The Blueprint represents an ambitious, forward-thinking vision for education in our state, and we acknowledge that your work on this initiative has not been without challenges. When the Blueprint was passed, the state's leadership actively resisted its implementation. The previous governor not only vetoed the bill, but ignored its existence. And MSDE lacked the leadership needed to fully carry out its vision. Compounding these difficulties was the COVID-19 pandemic, which fundamentally reshaped public education in ways that no one could have foreseen. I was a member of the AIB when it was first seated. I remember when the AIB was seated late, when LEAs had but months to formulate their plans and jurisdictions across the state scrambled to put those plans in place. I'm intimately familiar with the many stumbling blocks that this legislation has faced and has been forced to overcome for many, many years. Fortunately, we are in a different position today. You now have eager partners in the governor's office and the Maryland State Department of Education who fully support and believe in the vision of the Blueprint. We are committed to ensuring its success and we see the Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act as a critical step in moving toward that goal. As is true with any major reform, the blueprint is a living framework. It must adapt to stay effective and impactful. The Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act does not depart from the primary goals of the blueprint, but instead proposes adjustments that are aligned with the current landscape of our education system. These common sense adjustments will allow us to continue building upon the foundations laid by the blueprint while addressing our current realities in a post-pandemic environment. The proposal before you focuses on continuing historic investment in teachers, students, and schools, and seeks to build toward the full implementation of the blueprint in the years ahead. If enacted, the Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act will place the Blueprint Fund on a more sustainable footing. We face a challenge in the coming fiscal years as the Blueprint Fund is projected to be exhausted next year, leaving an estimated $81 million deficit. Our proposal seeks to cover the FY27 Blueprint Fund deficit and reduce the FY28 deficit in half, from $2.1 billion to $1.1 billion. Despite this, we remain committed to our education funding priorities. Indeed, over the next 5 fiscal years, the state is on track to invest $53 billion in K-12 education, an increase of 30% from FY25 to FY30. From FY25 to FY30, the state will spend $20.76 billion in funding for the foundation formula. Over that same period, the state will spend $4.2 billion in funding for special education, $1.5 billion in funding for pre-kindergarten, $8.7 billion in funding for compensatory education, $2.9 billion in funding for community schools, $3 billion in funding for multilingual learners. These investments underscore our administration's unwavering commitment to ensuring that every child has access to a quality education, regardless of their background or circumstances. Our administration is not backing down from our commitment to our children and believes in the promise of the blueprint, but the realization of that promise comes from making sure our investments are linked to student success. The blueprint calls for increased time for educators to engage in instructional planning, coaching, and student engagement outside of the classroom. This is also commonly known as, quote, collaborative time, or, quote, the 60-40 rule. It ensures that our educators have space to work together to sharpen their skills, better support students through increased opportunities for professional development, small group instruction with students, co-teaching, and family engagement. Let's be clear. Teachers should be treated like professionals and be empowered to work together. However, as Ike Leggett, chair of the Accountability and Implementation Board, will address in more detail, we face a significant teacher shortage. Right now, we need an estimated 12,000 to 15,000 additional teachers to meet the blueprint's requirements for collaborative time. Because of this shortage, it is not currently feasible to implement collaborative time in a way that would yield the intended benefits for student achievement. To allow school districts time to recruit and retain enough teachers to properly implement collaborative time, we recommend a 4-year pause in the implementation of collaborative time. This pause will give us the opportunity to focus on the foundational challenge, the shortage of teachers. To address this issue, we are investing in new pathways for educators and seeking innovative ways to recruit talent into the teaching profession. One key initiative is the Grow Your Own program, which leads to full teacher licensure, debt-free, while participants earn a wage with benefits and receive on-the-job training and mentoring. This program will make it easier for school-based education support professionals, conditionally licensed teachers, high school graduates, and career changers to enter the teaching field. We are also working to attract educators from outside Maryland by providing relocation bonuses for experienced teachers from other states, reducing barriers for out-of-state teachers to obtain a Maryland teaching license. In doing so, we will demonstrate that Maryland is the best state to be a teacher. While we pause the implementation of collaborative time, we will also be exploring innovative models for teacher collaboration to ensure we're fully prepared for effective implementation in the future. We recognize that providing collaborative time without using it effectively will not lead to the results we seek. Educators are our greatest asset, and we must invest in their professional development. That is why we are launching 2 new initiatives: the Academic Excellence Program, which focuses on early literacy and math coaching, and the Maryland School Leader Academy, which will support school leaders with training and development. These programs will help retain teachers and improve the overall teaching experience in Maryland, as Superintendent Wright will expand upon later. Community schools are another cornerstone of our efforts to improve student outcomes and combat child poverty. The governor's budget includes a $130 million increase for community schools, raising Maryland's commitment to nearly $500 million. Over the next 5 years, our plan outlines an investment of $2.9 billion to support those vital communities, underscoring the central role community schools play in advancing the governor's education and poverty reduction agendas. Since the start of our administration in FY24, the number of community schools has increased by 60%, from 447 to 715 schools. And overall funding has grown by nearly 117%, from $227 million to $492 million. However, this rapid expansion has presented challenges in terms of effective implementation at both the state and local levels. To address these challenges, the governor proposes slowing funding increases over the next 2 years to focus on capacity building. This includes clear policy guidelines to help schools and districts allocate funds effectively with input from parents, community members, local leaders. These measures will ensure resources reach those who need them most and strengthen the program's impact, as State Board of Education President Josh Michael will discuss in our second panel. Community schools are too important to get wrong. We must refine the model to ensure resources are used effectively. While positive results are emerging, many schools are not using all of their funds, and an audit found that unclear policies and a lack of training on managing concentration of poverty grant funds contribute to this. We are committed to working with the committees to provide local coordinators with the necessary training and resources to maximize these funds. If done right, Maryland will strengthen its position as a national leader in community schools, supporting children's success with a holistic approach. I also recognize that this proposal is challenging and want to underscore that the proposal represents a starting point for a conversation and a dialogue about this important pillar of the blueprint legislation. We look forward to working with you closely to work through those concerns, to work through that feedback, and make common sense adjustments that we can all align on that serve our children, their families, our teachers, and our schools. We also recognize that we're in a very complex environment with the change in federal administration. These adjustments help us protect the blueprint over the long term as we navigate unprecedented federal challenge to the state, to our schools, and to the communities we all serve. The blueprint for Maryland's future remains the cornerstone of our education strategy. Our continued investment in the blueprint, coupled with thoughtful adjustments like those proposed in the Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act, will help us realize the vision of a high-quality education for every student in Maryland. I hope that today's testimony provides greater clarity on the governor's commitment to the full implementation of the blueprint and our plans to build on its promise. We understand that the decisions before you are difficult, particularly the proposal to freeze increases to community schools for 2 years. We hear your concerns and look forward to working with you in the coming weeks to address them and strengthen this legislation on behalf of every student, teacher, parent, and advocate for our public schools. I thank the committees and request a favorable report on SB 429 and HB 504. Thank you.
Thank you. Are the rest of your panel going to speak, or were they just here for questions?
I believe we're all here for questions.
Any questions at this time?
Delegate Ebersol.
We're going to have to wait a second. There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the other chairs as well. So you focused on teacher shortages and Grow Your Own. First of all, Grow Your Own is already law. We funded it last year. We'd like to continue doing that. That's certainly a good thing. But we're also stopping collaborative time, pausing it for 5 years. I'd like to go back to a movie where they said, if you build it, they will come, okay? To me, and I want to know your reaction. It's really not my question, but I want you to weigh in with me. If people who are thinking of being teachers see that, they can do their job effectively because they will have 40% of their class time, of their work time, to prepare, interact, do all the things they need to do. And if current teachers see that as well, shouldn't we be looking at the long game? Blueprint's a long game, and this should be a long game, that if we begin to lay out work conditions that will keep and draw teachers, in addition to Grow Your Own, this might be a very good way for us to continue with getting teachers to come into the profession. I think Maryland would be fairly unique also in that kind of divide, so we would probably be able to attract teachers from other parts of the country. If you could just react to that if you'd like to.
Be happy to. Thank you for your question. We absolutely agree that collaborative time is an important and worthy goal of the blueprint. I also think it is one part of a professional development strategy that will retain and attract teachers. This proposal gives us the time to build the community of practice in our schools and across our districts that make the teaching profession stronger. And it also avoids, frankly, stressing a system where we have a profound teacher shortage. I hear your point. If we build it, they will come. I would argue that if you implement collaborative time now amidst this historic shortage of teachers, we're going to stress and further exacerbate the turnover we're already seeing in our schools. Maryland is turning over teachers at a rate of 11% a year against a national average of 8%. That's almost a third more than a third more than the national average. And so we're deeply concerned about making sure that we have qualified, credentialed teachers in all of our classroom. We feel like that's one of the biggest drivers of student achievement. Pausing this program, implementing other professional development strategies and measures will make the profession more competitive, will make our teachers better supportive, will give our districts time to get organized, will fill the pipe with future teachers so that when we implement collaborative time in the future, we don't exacerbate some of the underlying challenges we currently face. Thank you.
We've got Senator Washington over here on the other side, on the Senate side.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here. To the left, your left, yeah, you're right. Okay. Hello, thank you for being here, and I also want to thank everyone here expressing their interest in education. As you know, that's one of our top priorities in Maryland. And so I actually have two questions, but I'm going to follow up. I'm going to start with following up with a question sort of introduced by my colleague in the House, talking about collaborative time. And so I actually have a specific question around the changes to the per pupil foundation formula. That's on page 3 for those who are following at home. And there's a certain amount of savings and reductions there. Is that related to the pause in collaborative time? Could you explain the relationship between the pause in collaborative time and the overall reduction to the per pupil formula?
The pause in funding for collaborative time is exactly what you're talking about. We reduce. Okay, it's on now. You're correct, Senator. How we are pausing collaborative time is by not putting in the funding.
Can you move the mic up a little closer to you?
Sorry, Al. You're correct, Senator. The way that we are pausing collaborative time is by taking out the funding that would have gone into the foundation. So in year 1, it's $163 out of the foundation. That over a course of the 4 years or the course of the bill, it's about $759 million.
Or the dollar amounts, 5, that's where those are?
Correct.
Okay. And then yeah. So I guess I have a question. The foundation formula, or the foundation amount, is contemplated as the basic amount that it costs to educate a child. And that the blueprint formulation was to be adding additional enhancements on top of the basics. Are you concerned that by taking this reduction out of that part of the formula, that is, reducing or making our locals have an even larger gap for just the basics of providing education? Or I just would like to understand, I guess that was a statement, I'd like to understand the rationale for reducing the basic costs in order to make reductions in other areas.
Sure. I think that what we intended to do here is to not put in the dollars for collaborative time. Sorry, all. I think that we had intended to not put in the dollars for the addition of collaborative time What we did not want to see is, did not want to see those dollars go out the door without the ability to have the educators to support them. And that's why we're making that adjustment. We look forward to kind of continue to work with the committee on how that's implemented in practice.
I would also say, Senator, under this plan, you're going to see a 9% increase for funding for at-promise students. So this is an increase in funding for compensatory education, special education, multilingual learners. In FY26, an increase in the concentration of poverty grant. So when we look holistically, we're seeing a dramatic increase in funding in the fiscal year in the proposed plan and over the next 5 years, pausing, of course, the collaborative time part, you're right, that doesn't flow through the formula, to give our districts time to address the teacher shortage so that, frankly, we don't exacerbate it by implementing collaborative time and making it harder for districts that are already struggling to keep up.
I'm not arguing at this point the decision around collaborative time. What I think we'd be interested in ensuring that whatever reductions need to be made in that program is not being taken out of the base formula. The legislature and many people spent many years figuring out how much does it really cost to educate a child in Maryland. And so the foundation amount in some ways should be that basic, that's the basic amount, and should not just on itself, because anything that the blueprint is doing is building on top of that. So that's just a conversation. I understand the math. You got to try to figure out how to take it from somewhere. But by slowing the proposed increases in the base formula is really, outside of any enhancements, is counter to the initial lawsuits or considerations about the lack of funds that locals need just to provide a basic level. So that basic, so then when we're talking about compensatory or other things, those are other measures, so.
Clarify, Senator, that the proposal does not reduce the foundation amount and indeed retains inflationary increases for the foundation amount. But the way the blueprint was drafted, an enhancement for collaborative time was built into the foundation. So the reduction only relates to the amount that was contemplated as an increase over the foundation to support collaborative time. But we would retain the foundation and indeed retain inflationary increases for the foundation.
Chair, we can maybe discuss this a little farther, but I'll make my
Why
point
don't we-
here is
yeah,
that, that. But the one.
We've got a lot of other people lined up, too.
Completely understand. But my additional question, well, actually, I'll wait. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Harris and team, for being here. As you know, in the 2024 session, this General Assembly did pass an updated framework to support community schools and to improve their administration at the MSDE level, with a recognition, not just as a General Assembly, but as a priority of the Legislative Black Caucus of Maryland, that we wanted to ensure that community schools were able to deliver in the ways that they were originally designed. As many people are probably sick of hearing me say, my children go to a community school. I'm in community schools frequently. My understanding in this bill is that there's an interest in pausing the expansion of them. Now, this bill was conceived in a prior paradigm before the onslaught of executive orders from the president and the kind of reality we find ourselves in right now. Has there been any discussion among the bill authors about the fact that community schools might be more important than ever in light of the instability that's being experienced across the country, and particularly in a state like Maryland that has a lot of people impacted, not only by federal employment, but by federal dollars. So I want to get more of an understanding as why this intervention now, in light of the intervention in 2024 that has yet to be fully implemented, a calendar year, and also why still hold on to this intervention now in light of the challenges we face as a state related to the fate of our communities.
Thank you for the question. this administration could not agree more that community schools are incredibly important to all of our kids and the health of our communities. This proposal and this governor's budget allowance sees almost $500 million of funding in community schools. What we endeavor to do here is establish a community of practice that addresses the uneven implementation that we're seeing across the state. Certain jurisdictions have had a long head start with the community schools model. We should applaud that, we should uplift that, we should learn from that, we should celebrate that. And frankly, there are other parts of the state where this is very new and we're struggling to get traction and get results. I think it's really important in this environment, as you point out, with the federal onslaught and, you know, some of the profound challenges that are coming from that level of government, to ensure that our pace of investment doesn't outstrip our ability to implement the law well and generate results for our kids and be responsible stewards for the taxpayer. We believe that this pause for 2 years gives districts a chance to sit at a healthy level of appropriation in the community schools program, establish a community of practice that helps us all learn and level up the performance of these models so that we can see better results faster across the state, and frankly, lift up and honor what you all have designed in the blueprint. I'll invite my colleague to say more, but I'll close by saying we look forward to working with you through these concerns. We know how important this program is, and our North Star is making sure that we implement the program well, and we're open to feedback and ideas on how to do that. Carmel?
Yes, as Chief Harris said, we see community schools as a core component of the governor's education and child poverty agenda, and are looking to make some strategic investments that would help support technical assistance networks across the state, but also provide flexibility at the district level. So at the district level, they can take advantage of economies of scale with particular investments in community schools, but also provide additional capacity for effective implementation there. We're also proposing some flexibility in terms of how funds can be spent so that academic interventions are also an option for community schools. And equally importantly, ensuring that at each community school, we are creating a table that brings the educators, the adults inside the building together with community members to build a strategic plan for success. These are things that when we look at community school models being implemented across the country, the research tells us is core to success. So we're really looking to enhance implementation, ensure the effectiveness of implementation, but at the same time, increase the investment in the program. In this year, the governor's budget would increase the program by over $130 million, but we want to couple that increased investment with these additional supports to ensure the most effective implementation possible, so we can ensure that the program's sustainable and not subject to attack in future years, because we have gotten the outcomes that we know are possible through this strategy.
Senator Corderman. And a note to members, when you're called upon, as you might have noticed, there's a little lag in the mics. We're trying to make that quicker, and one of the ways that we can make it quicker, I'm told, is that you can pull the mic close to you so it can be seen, so that we can hopefully reduce that lag time. Senator Corderman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the information here today. I'm going to switch a little bit more from the policy aspect of it to more of the dollars and cents. And so, you know, to kind of wrap up the collaborative space, you said earlier that the collaborative time just wasn't feasible, okay? And then you mentioned the word sustainability there. So what I'm getting here specifically would be the feasibility or sustainability of the blueprint as a whole. So if you could just break down a little bit, because there's been some talk, I know that Mike said earlier, about $759 million of savings. There's some additional funding that's going back in. Can you give us a quick breakdown of this bill, how much money is it reducing it by, and then additionally, how much money is actually being put back into it? Because I think there's a certain amount we hear sometimes that is being reduced, and then we also talk about putting money back into it. So what is the overall net? And then how does that affect this structurally going forward? I believe, Fagan, you said earlier that the fund runs out of money, I believe, in next year. Is that correct?
Fiscal 27.
27, correct. So obviously, we're facing a budget crisis here, a deficit that is. And so how does this fix us going forward? Or are we just going to be right back here 2 or 3 years from now having the same conversation? So if you could elaborate on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll start by answering, then I'll defer to my colleagues to fill in with more detail. Thank you for your question. In fiscal 27, the Blueprint Fund is exhausted. It runs a deficit of roughly $81 million. In fiscal year 28, that deficit explodes to $2.1 billion. This proposal would cut the deficit in 28 to roughly $1 billion and eliminate the deficit in 27. Over the life of the law, this proposal sees reductions of a little more than $2 billion through the collaborative time pause and the community schools pause. And it reinvests $446 million in teacher pipeline efforts to retain and recruit teachers and spur a community of practice in community schools and other initiatives that are important to the health and sustainability of the Blueprint. I want to be crystal clear. This governor is committed to seeing the Blueprint through. It's why we're proposing this legislation. We think it maps to the realities we're seeing at the federal level. It maps to the realities of the historic fiscal crisis we're currently navigating together, and services the implementation imperatives of the law, and yes, also makes the law more sustainable. He is going to continue to lead the state to make wise choices in the budget, to make investments in the Blueprint, so that we can stay ahead of forthcoming fiscal cliffs that exist in the law as currently written. You want to add anything, Carmel?
Yeah, I think that was good.
The only thing I'd add on a follow-up, and I appreciate the answer, is it still seems like we're only fixing the problem now for the next maybe couple years. We're still going to have a much larger problem going forward, so I would only ask of why are we not addressing that now? We're opening it up. Why don't we look at this thing the whole way throughout over the through the out years? And that, basically my question to you is why are we only doing it for the next year or two?
I think this proposal addresses 3 years, fiscal year 26, 27, 28, in terms of probably its most dramatic impacts. It does have impacts on the out years and makes the bill more sustainable. We believe that the Blueprint has to be implemented, and so we feel like this proposal puts us on a footing to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just piggyback on that really quick? So I think Senator Quarterman raises a pretty interesting issue here. We still have a hole in a couple of years in the Blueprint, and I think maybe we look at this differently. From our perspective, I think we want to make sure that we're not back here taking more cuts in 2 years. To that end, is the governor open to dedicated revenues now, additional revenues for the Blueprint?
Yes.
Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all the chairs. And thank you, Mr. Harrison, and to your team. Quick question. You talked about $446 million going to teacher recruitment and why the delay in collaborative time has to do with the shortage. Can you talk to us about what your forecast is as it pertains to how much of that gap in the teacher shortage this investment should be able to make up for and where we'll be in 5 years? The goal being, of course, that we won't be delaying it again in 5 years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I deeply appreciate it. We have seen a 25% reduction in our teacher vacancies since this governor has taken office. We have full confidence in these strategies and programs, full confidence in the leadership at the State Department of Education under Superintendent Wright. We suspect that trend of meaningful reduction in teacher shortages to continue, and over the next 5 years to move to a place where we are close to eliminating that gap. But we've got to focus, we've got to put all of our effort and energy behind that. This is a state where we see profound outmigration. We know that this is one of the biggest problems confronting us here in Maryland, is that our population is shrinking, our tax base is shrinking. And so this is not just about getting teachers in classrooms, it's about a workforce strategy that serves the future of the state. And this underpins our commitment to apprenticeships, to investments in teacher professional development programs to retain and recruit them. And so we really do view this as imperative and urgent for us to focus a whole of government approach to getting these teachers in this state, because it will help us deliver on the outcomes for the Blueprint, grow the state's workforce, and really confront this outmigration problem that's at the heart of this problem and many others in our state.
Senator McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you all in reference to the bill. Mr. Chief of Staff, I think you acknowledged, and my question is centered around the concentration of poverty. And I think you acknowledged that it's working in some of the jurisdictions while some jurisdictions are hampered. And I think my point is that I want to lift up in reference to where it's working at. And when I lift up where it's working at, I'm in and out of my schools, and I just want to give you a visual, Mr. Chief of Staff. When I think of Johnston Square Elementary and Principal O in reference to the gains that we talk about in reference to first grade, kindergarten, things of that nature, you slide over to Gardenville, our school CEO and our former appropriations chair just had us at Halliburton Elementary Middle. So I know the gains are happening in my district, but I also know that with Principal Pappas outside of my district, that they're also happening. And when we talk about the pause from that standpoint, I do know that anytime we start and stop, that we may not always get the gains or the results that we were on a trajectory of getting or garnering even more. I think that the special secretary recognized the gains that's taking place because of the literacy coaches, because of the AP courses, because of the exposure to dance, arts, and things of that nature. But here goes my question. When I walked in majority of those schools, Mr. Chief of Staff, it wasn't lost on me that those young scholars looked like me. These were young black students. These were young brown students. So when you all were thinking in reference to the concentration of poverty and the pause to the concentration of poverty, what feedback, what research came back in reference to the population that this most impacts?
Yeah, thank you for that question. This proposal sees an increase in the concentration of poverty program in fiscal year 26, and then gives schools and districts a chance for 2 years to build a community of practice, uplift these incredible examples of success so that we can learn and scale those models across the state. This is not about cutting programs that are already in motion and making a huge difference in the lives of our kids. We need literacy coaches. We need investments in math. We need investments in paraprofessionals. We need investments in community school coordinators. And we're funding that at a level of nearly $500 million. And so we see this as a chance to better leverage the program and the dollars going into it and letting effective implementation keep up with our pace of investment so that we can continue to see these outcomes and, frankly, so that we can accelerate them.
I deeply appreciate the response, but it was specifically to pause with the stop and start. It was specifically in reference to the population that was impacted, and I'll take my question offline, but
Okay.
like that's very
Important.
serious and very important to me.
Look forward to working with you on it, sir. Thank you.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that struck out, one of the comments that was made was outcomes you know are possible. And I do appreciate the governor's and his team's thoughtful look that you have taken with this bill and all the effort that you put into it. However, even with the governor's proposed reductions, we're still talking about spending billions of dollars in additional funding on K-12 education over the coming years. And we just recently got our NAEP scores, our National Assessment of Educational Progress scores, which we're still not close to leading nationally. And accountability is important to Maryland families and our students. So the LEAs are working very hard to implement. We have unprecedented levels of county funding and local funding as well. So even with the changes that the governor is making, is there still an assurance that you can give us that either LEAs or the AIB is going to be accountable for some of the spending and making sure that it's being effectively used and supporting academic improvement? I mean, is there any changes that this bill does for the accountability?
Thank you so much for your question. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's incredibly important to recognize how far we have let our schools fall and the work that has gone in to turn the corner on that falling behind, and the indicators we're beginning to see that we're catching up and hopefully getting ready to spring ahead. The most recent NAEP scores saw fourth grade reading. Maryland moved from 40th in the country to 20th. I agree, we're not leading, but 20 is a hell of a lot better than 40. And we should take encouragement that our LEAs are working very hard under this superintendent, under this governor, in partnership with all of you here in the General Assembly, the AIB, to continue to make progress. The way that the blueprint dollars have been phased in, we have seen important investments in the inputs of success. Things like teacher pay has increased, preschool access has expanded, apprenticeships have quadrupled. We're seeing more career pathways for our students. These things are the leading indicators of change. The test results are the lagging indicators of change, and we're beginning to see that take shape. The common sense adjustments here, where we slow down on certain parts of the law, is in service of accountability. It is the governor and the superintendent coming to you saying, look, these are aspects that if we don't slow down and strengthen our commitment to implementation, strengthen our commitment to implementing strategies that we know that works, we're not going to be able to sustain the momentum that we're beginning to see already. So this governor is deeply accountable to the results for our kids. That is why we are presenting this law, because we think there are some things that we need to take a beat so that we can implement it better. And success begets success. And if we make these adjustments with your input, if you can guide us, help us shape it, do the things that are responsible by our districts, by our schools, by our communities, I believe you will see those results accelerate, and we will all feel, I think, so rewarded by the faith that we've kept with our districts and our schools. So I appreciate the question. I can end by saying this. The governor, the team he's assembled, the superintendent, we are all deeply accountable to the success of our kids, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to see them improve.
Okay, we're going to go to the Senate side. We've got Senator Ron Watson.
The initial implementation of the blueprint was borne heavily by Prince George's County and Baltimore City initially. And with holding some of this back and putting a pause on a few things, my question is does that provide any relief for the LEAs, or does some type of maintenance of effort kick in where even though we're pausing at this level, the state level, the LEAs are still required to maintain certain things? And the issues that are going on at the state with respect to the budget are some of the same issues going on at the county level. And I'm trying to understand that the action, if we agree with your proposal, the governor's proposal, how does that trickle down to the LEAs?
Thank you for your question. The savings from these adjustments do pass through to the locals, so they will see some savings as well. Do you want to speak to that, Carmel?
Yeah, it does impact the local share will also be reduced based on the reductions in the state commitments, all connected to a suspension of the requirements. So the districts won't have to implement the collaborative time and therefore not required to put the funding in to make that a reality until after 4 years pause.
I guess much like Senator Quarterman, Senator Watson, I see this a little differently. Isn't that really like a double hit for the kids then, if they're going to get cut at the state level and then cut at the local level as well? It's rhetorical, I guess. It's a rhetorical question. Delegate Metzger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, folks, for being here. I want to take a little different approach for just a moment. Could you remind this body exactly what the blueprint for Maryland cost in the very beginning?
In terms of, like,
The total cost stretched out.
I don't have that number handy, but I can work with my team to get you that number.
Well, my question is this. So I take this approach. I sold cars for 27 years, so when people would come in to buy a car, they couldn't pay for it in 36 months. Rather than to pause and start up again, why can't we just take it and stretch it out a little further, where it's not such a burden on everybody? I mentioned this to the governor some time ago, but I stretched the fact that if you stop and you pause, it doesn't get the energy that it needed, and then the propeller doesn't go as fast because it's like, well, we're going to be here in 2 years again. So my thought is, why can't we just take for a simple term, refinance it and start over and stretch it out, if that makes sense? Thank you.
It does make sense. Thank you for that. The governor and our team will have any dialogue about the blueprint with you in this body. I think we're open to any number of suggestions. So I would just say, like, let's talk about it.
Thank you. I think it'd be very wise for us, as with this $3 billion deficit that we're in, to really look at this and focus in on what we got to do for the kids.
Delegate Buckle.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Harris, I'm over here to your right. I know it's hard to find me. I can see you. You're on the big screen. Thank you. I want to ask a question to you based off of what my friend Chair Barnes just talked about and the answer you gave. About 12% of our state tax revenues are already siphoned out of the general fund and put in this special envelope we call the Blueprint Fund. The money's not blue, it's just green, it's just money we could use to spend for everything else, but we siphon 12% off for sales tax. We have a variety of other dedicated specific taxes that the legislature and everyone has agreed to allocate into this big blue envelope. And we all acknowledge today, still not going to do it. All of the taxes that we've dedicated and allocated to the Blueprint Fund are not going to pay long-term for the cost of this program. You just answered Chairman Barnes, and you said that the governor was willing to, I believe, I don't want to miscalculate your words or the question, but I believe you said that the governor is willing to create a new dedicated revenue stream to prop up or pay for the long-term costs of the Blueprint Fund. What is that? What revenue stream is Governor Moore saying, hey, taxes, I'm willing to have, because I looked at the BRFA, where most of the tax proposals for this year included, none of them, at least from my knowledge, say, hey, we're raising taxes here and it's going to go to the Blueprint. We're raising taxes to pay off this year's budget deficit. What specific ideas do you have of what more can we tax and dedicate to the Blueprint going forward that would help pay off these billions and billions of dollars of budget deficits as far as the eye can see associated with this program?
I appreciate the question. I do not have a specific funding source in mind other than the willingness for the governor to have the conversation with this body about which funding sources would make sense.
Okay, but we would recognize, we all concede and agree that if we want to pay for this program the way that it's configured, both previously and with the bill that you have before us today with the alterations to it, some of which I think make sense, we're going to have to raise taxes. We're going to have to create significant new revenues unless we have massive economic growth, which I think both the governor and us, we agree on. That's really the best path forward, is economic growth of the state. But if that doesn't happen in the very short term, we're going to need higher and higher taxes to pay for this program long term. Is that fair, you think?
I think that is a path. I would not say that that's the only path.
That's fair.
I would argue that these adjustments put the program on more sustainable footing. It's a question of priorities. This body has demonstrated an ability to put money away each year to contribute to the problem in the out year. I suspect that that would continue, but obviously that's the decision for this body and the governor to align on and agree on in the budget. What I think is important about these adjustments, sir, is it makes the program more effective and gives us more track record to uplift and celebrate, and is an investment in our kids, which will be accretive to the governor's growth agenda, which, as you indicated, I think we all agree is absolutely imperative and overdue. And it puts the program on a more sustainable footing and pushes out some of the out-year structural deficit problems and gives this body a chance to see the growth, but also prioritize investment every year as we approach the out years to address the Blueprint structural deficit issue in the out years. So I think it is a path, but not the only path.
And I appreciate that. I'm just very concerned about, we just keep, we're raising over $1 billion in proposed taxes this year. It's not
Yes.
going to change the Blueprint. We're billions of dollars as far as the eye can see in deficits, even with, you're absolutely right, your bill is constructed, clearly produces some savings in the program, primarily from what I can tell through the collaborative time adjustments, makes some sense. But even with that, we're billions and billions and billions of dollars short. So that's my concern, the concern of a lot of people. It's never going to be enough. We're just going to have more and more revenue streams. But I appreciate you've had very thoughtful testimony here today, and you've been very candid about that. So I
Thank you,
appreciate
sir. I would just say one last thing, sir. This plan, if adopted, I think makes meaningful progress on the out-year structural deficit in a way that I think this body, if we continue to prioritize this program, we can address those concerns together. I do believe that, and the governor's open to any variety of conversations to do that. We believe this program, this proposal, increases the results, generates more confidence in our ability to get the results, and buys us a little space in the out years to thoughtfully budget and prioritize the blueprint as we move forward. Thank you.
Senator Solly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you for all this information. I think every person in this room sees the state that we're in right now. But some of my concerns is what I'm looking at on page 4. And it talks about community schools and the Office of Community School and Expand Learning Time. And then it talks about, on page 4 as well, a study for special education. And we're trying our best to cut back, minimize in every way that we can with the blueprint to see how much better we can fund our education. But we're putting studies and we're putting hiring in both of these areas. And that's putting money back in where it's going to be more cost. I think we got to find ways where we're not doing that. Maybe we have people within that can already do this and we don't have to hire. We can already have counselors and consultants already in these positions and not repeating what we're doing and continuing to do hiring and studying. I mean, maybe we should put a freeze in that. The reason is that it's more cost and hiring with more pins. And I think we need to find a way where we can be more wiser with the taxpayers' money. And that's just one way I believe, as legislators and as an administration, we got to go in a way that we've never gone before and freeze in some areas and be cost effective. I believe that's you can say so, but I think it's something that we can look into together. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I'd be very open to any suggestions there. I would highlight the governor's global commitment to save money through his government modernization initiative. We're metaphorically kind of flipping over every seat cushion we can in state government to save the taxpayer dollar. And so always open to that conversation. We have a deep, deep commitment to fiscal discipline. So please, all ears and happy to meet and discuss anytime. Thank you.
I just want to quickly piggyback on what a couple of my colleagues in the House and Senate have talked about. You and I have had this conversation, and I've had a deep concern about what this legislation would do to community schools. And while I appreciate some of the positive policy changes that the governor is trying to make and working with us in partnership, I'm really troubled by community schools. And I think it bears worth repeating, we are living in a time where it seems every day we're being inflicted a new trauma. And that's particular if you're a person of color. So much so that some people we stop watching the news, right? But the minute this new administration came on board, they said, if you are a person of color, we do not care about you. And that message has been sent, and it has absolutely been received. Everyone in my community feels it every day, every single moment of every day. And it seems that this is the time when we should be wrapping our arms around our children who are in poverty, who are disproportionately kids of color, and we should be lifting those kids up and helping them with those wraparound services that they are not going to get from the federal level, that we might not get that aid and support when they come out with their budget on March 14th or whenever that is. And so I have some real concerns. It seems more appropriate that if the General Assembly just passed legislation in 2024 that provides some oversight to community schools. We don't know how that's working yet. Shouldn't we not take a pause? And in that, I don't like to say pause, it's a cut. I quite frankly think it's a cut. It's not a pause. And when you cut the funding, you are leaving a gap. You are leaving a gap where some kids are quite frankly going to get caught out there and be left behind. And so I think it's more appropriate, and I guess my question is part rhetorical, but certainly open for comment. My question is, isn't it more appropriate to not cut the funds, but wait and see what the legislation we just passed in 2024 will do in terms of oversight and strengthening our community schools, and take a look at kind of simultaneously, maybe we can repurpose funding. Maybe we can look at best practices in Baltimore City, who's being successful, and without cutting the funding and leaving children behind in this time that we're living in.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that very much. I'll start by reiterating that we're open to any dialogue on the community schools question and any of the things in the governor's proposal. This was always intended as a starting point for the conversation. I would highlight that what is important to all of us is that whatever dollars flow through to our schools, those dollars are appropriately leveraged to drive the intended result. And what we are flagging for this body is that we have too many examples where schools and districts are not in a position to leverage the community schools program to its desired effect. So anything we can do to address that, the governor and our team is standing at the ready to work with you to correct that issue.
And I appreciate that, and I'll just suggest that when it wasn't as many people in this room, but we were just in here for a joint briefing, just Ways and Means and Appropriations, and everyone who testified, everyone, MSEA, PZAM, MABE, MSD, everyone came forward and touted Maryland's community schools as a huge success. And I think we need to build on that momentum and work within the parameters that we have to help those community schools that need guidance. That would be my suggestion. With that, Delegate Miracle North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's hard to follow that, but thank you to Mr. Harris and the team for your presentation. Please clarify how the cuts to per pupil education funding is impacting free and reduced lunch. I saw that issue come up in a couple of the pieces of testimony, and it was another Montgomery County resident actually brought to my attention that there's like some rumor mill that free and reduced lunch is going to get cut. So could you speak on how free and reduced is going to be impacted by the proposed cuts to per pupil education funding?
Here, I'll defer to my colleagues.
Are you talking about the community eligibility provision, Delegate?
Say it again?
Are you talking about the community eligibility provision? for schools?
Either that or cuts per pupil. I'm just telling you that's the topic that is raised. Is this particular proposal going to impact free and reduced lunch?
The answer is no. No, it doesn't impact access to nutrition assistance.
Okay, because I read in a couple pieces of testimony that it talked about how the cuts to per pupil funding reduces resources, and at least two pieces of testimony brought up how free and reduced lunch is impacted by, I guess, the per pupil education formula funding. So if you could speak on that, or maybe I'll wait for the other people to explain more on that, but I wanted to see if you had an opportunity to look into that particular argument, if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah. Happy to look at the testimony that you're referencing.
Okay.
The Governor's Office for Children was tasked by the legislature to look at alternative means for measuring poverty with respect to schools.
Okay.
In some places, that is measured primarily through free and reduced price lunch forms, when parents fill out forms. Many of our schools and many of our districts have universal, so all children in the school or all children in the district receive free and reduced price lunch. Therefore, they don't have those forms. So we're looking at alternative means for measuring poverty outside of the farms form. That's not related to the proposal we're discussing here today. And there's no proposal for changing that in this bill, but happy to talk offline and see the testimony that you're referencing.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just piggyback, because we've had a couple questions now about the collaborative time and it running through the foundation formula. First, I guess two questions. First, we've had some LEAs say they believe they can meet collaborative time now. So shouldn't we allow them to move forward if they're able to meet it and in some way restore their funding for that or provide that funding?
I worry about that, Chair, because it would set off an inequity across districts where you would see, frankly, higher wealth jurisdictions recruit more successfully more of the teachers into their classroom to fulfill the collaborative time, and a race to the bottom in other districts that cannot keep up. And so I think that kind of gets at the heart of our concern on the collaborative time proposal is we have a statewide labor market for educators, and some districts are better positioned to capitalize and participate in that labor market than others. And unless we give all districts the chance to plan and frankly benefit from the state's investment in retention and recruitment, an unintended consequence could be a greater exacerbation of the impacts of the teacher shortage in districts that are more vulnerable socioeconomically.
I appreciate that answer. I guess the other side of the coin of that answer is, wouldn't that be also an argument to just provide all the districts the money for the collaborative time? But the second question is, I think this gets to Senator Washington's question a little bit. We know that the foundation formula is driving through other formulas, okay? And you all have acknowledged that in your bill by taking special needs money and taking that out, so it doesn't drive through the special needs formula. Why didn't we do that for Comp Ed and for English learners, which are still driven through and take cuts? It seems to me that we've heard a lot about community schools, English learners, Comp Ed. These are the same populations taking the same cut over and over. So wouldn't it be prudent maybe for this body to, at the very minimum, cut those populations back out the way you did for special needs?
Take a stab at that.
I would say one reason for the treatment for special ed is because we've had the blueprint contemplated reductions in eligibility for special ed that didn't materialize, so we were recognizing that. And then the impact on those formulas was based on the idea that the formula was based on the concept of collaborative time, which would mean additional personnel.
I think we all support what you did on special ed. What I'm asking is, what about the Comp Ed and what about English learners? Should we also address it in a similar fashion that you did with special needs?
I mean, I think as Chief Harris has said, we're very open conversations with you all about alternative ideas about how to approach the work. Just want to note that it does, the governor's proposal does retain increases in funding for those populations that you mentioned, but very open to further conversation.
Thank you. Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just I've been around a bit, and say I'm long in the tooth, but I remember when Nancy Grasmick was the superintendent of Maryland, and she came and gave a presentation to our caucus and said that at that time, and I'm not going to tell you the date, that Montgomery County had over 200 languages that they had to account for in teaching students within their public school system. I don't know what the number is now, but I would suspect that it's a great deal higher because of all of the different languages and all of the different different dialects in different countries like India, maybe Pakistan, China, the different things. So my question is, all right, I understood that the blueprint was based on homogeneous societies, which would be Japan and Norway. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with
Okay.
that. I'm sorry.
Let's assume it was. The thing is, Maryland is not homogeneous. We are very heterogeneous. I mean, we're near Washington. We have a lot of different, people that speak all kinds of different languages. We have the embassies. We have people that work within the NGO. We just have a really collection of the world. So what I was wondering is, we're very, very diverse, but we have some wonderful institutions. We probably have the best medical institutions in the world. Okay, and I think everybody can acknowledge that. University of Maryland, Hopkins, Anne Arundel County. Okay, so we also have some of the best colleges and universities, and I'm not going to mention all of them. We also have some of the best cultural museums in the world, too, with all kinds of different collections. We have music, we have Peabody, we have sports, we have the Ravens, we have the Orioles. So we have a really rich bench of intelligence and diversity and ability to kind of help us figure out how to get out of this mess. Because it seems to me that we've been talking about education for years and kids reading, and I know Hopkins had a program a long time ago in the ancient past where, they were working on helping the children to read, and then, there was, I think it was Mayor Schmoke, said the city that reads, or maybe it was Schaefer, I can't remember.
You have to get to a question
But
here,
what I'm
Delegate
saying
McComas.
is we've been
need a
dealing
question.
with this for a long time, and I guess what I don't understand is why we haven't taken advantage of some of our assets. Tremendous assets that Maryland is unique that it has, and we have a lot of people that have done some great, what do I want to say, philanthropy, okay, and one of them was David Rubenstein, who owns the Orioles. We have a lot of other folks. I'm just thinking, why aren't we kind of plugging into these folks that can give us some good ideas, that we're not going to the taxpayer. And what we need to do with the education system for the kids, I think, is get them jazzed. They have to be jazzed about education. They have to be excited. They have to have interesting people. So that's my pitch as an older coot. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the
That might have been
pitch.
another rhetorical question.
Yeah, I'll just say we would love to work with you on any suggestions you have for partnership. This governor moves in partnership. I think some of the adjustments contemplated here in the law, frankly, create the space for us as we implement to forge really responsible partnerships that can better drive forward the outcomes that you're indicating. So would love to take the conversation offline. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one last question for this panel.
Senator Delegate Solomon? Delegate Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You read my mind, actually, on both questions. I was going to ask about the formula piece, but I did just want to piggyback on the chair's question. So I'll play the parochial card. So MCPS is one of the districts that has made a commitment on the collaborative time, and that is a significant investment that our county has made on that. And so I guess I would just echo the chair's comments about that's real money that our district had planned to spend and is on the hook for, collaboratively with our teachers union, to benefit our jurisdiction and our students. And so it's now money that we have to backfill. And so would urge you all to think about how we can help the districts that have proactively made those commitments.
I appreciate that and duly noted, and look forward to following you up with you on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you
Harris.
for having
Yep,
us. We
yep,
appreciate it.
Thank you all. Yep. So next up is Ike Leggett, Joshua Michael, and Carrie Wright. So this panel is signed up for information purposes. We can do it in any order that's good for you, but I have Chairman Leggett from the Accountability and Implementation Board is first on my list.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Gazon, Barnes, Feldman, and Otterberry, and all the members of the various committees who are here today. The AIB was created to oversee the successful implementation of the blueprint for Maryland's future, and to ensure that the blueprint is implemented with finality. I want to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to the legislature for its landmark decision to pass this legislation that is already transforming Maryland's educational system. I speak for the board when I say we are committed to achieving the blueprint's goals and providing a world-class education for every student in Maryland, regardless of zip code. I'm here to speak on the critical issue of the shortage of licensed teachers in Maryland and the need to adjust the phase-in of teachers on collaborative time in the blueprint. Let me emphasize some hard numbers. There are 6,000 conditionally certified teachers. There are right now 2,000 vacancies. The number of certified teachers are anticipated to increase. There are challenges within the pipeline. I attended most recently a Board of Regents meeting at the University of Maryland last week, and I noted that of all of the colleges within the University of Maryland College Park, there were only 2 that had flat enrollment. Education was one of those. With challenges with retention, given the challenges we see, we made a very difficult decision, but that decision was based on evidence and information we had before us. I want to note again that the AIB's position is in line with the AIB's approach to moving forward on adjustments to the blueprint. That is, if and when they are rooted in research and data. In this instance, our decision was backed by hard data. Importantly, we remain firm on our commitment to collaborative time because it is a proven and tested component of high-performing school system that leads to improved student outcomes. The AIB recognized the need to increase the teacher's pipeline and to support the implementation of additional strategies to close this gap. We also support pilot programs to identify innovative approaches to implementing collaborative time so that we can meet the 40% collaborative time goal for teachers on the revised schedule. And while we have seen some reductions in teacher shortages, I do not want to raise unrealistic expectations. It is a challenge that will not be easily resolved, and multiple strategies are needed. If we implement faithfully all of the strategies that have been talked about, if we did all of those, it will not resolve the challenges we face today. It is a problem. In adopting the motion to delay the collaborative time, the IB's position is that the foundation program would be the only formula impacted by the delay. We stated very clearly, no impact on the at-promise funding formulas, including compensatory education, multilingual learners, and special education will be impacted. And we state that again. We stated clearly that there should be no impact on the at-promise funding formulas, including compensatory education, multilingual learners, and special education. The AAB, at its regular scheduled meeting tomorrow, I expect, will formally adopt a position that the blueprint funding for at-promise students and community schools should not change. We have seen and encouraged progress that has been made, but there are still challenges facing our students with the greatest needs. We cannot afford at this juncture to make adjustments that will have collateral and unintended consequences that result in funding less than what was called for in the blueprint for at-promise students. Now, before I conclude my remarks, I want to highlight for you this one-pager that has been submitted to you, to follow through on what I think is significant progress here. And Pillar 1, for example, we have 53% increase in 3- and 4-year-olds enrolled in full pre-K. A 302% increase of teachers obtaining, earning, and maintaining the National Board certification. 23% increase in students duly enrolled. Increase in community schools, that's 110%. And 100% of all of the local LEAs have had their plans approved by the AIB. These are significant results. And I like to use the example, and I'm going to repeat it again, and if you're tired of it, but I want to say it again because I think it is important. I gave this example once in a class where I talked about this swimmer who decided that he wanted to swim the English Channel between France and Britain. About a 26-mile swim. And he practiced, trained, did all the things that were necessary to prepare himself to make that big swim. And after 6 or 7 months of preparation, with his coaches and trainers nearby, he gets in the water from the French shore, and he starts to swim this 26-mile journey. He actually swims 13 miles. He gets to the 13-mile point. The coach looks at him in the water and says, you know, I don't think you could make it across. Why don't you turn around and swim back? And he immediately turns and he swims back. The essence, what I was trying to convey to the students, was the fact that he actually swam 26 miles, but he never got across. You've heard in the past all of the promises that have been made to our kids about education. We had the Thorn Commission. We had all kinds of local initiatives back and forth. But despite all of that, we sometimes find it necessary to turn and swim back. We're suggesting, and I'm sure, that all of these proposals that we've seen from the governor, from his initiatives and everything else, is not a swim back. It may allow us to swim a little bit differently, a little bit slower, but we're going to get across this. I just don't want to see us turn around and actually swim back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Gazzoni, Barnes, Feldman, and Atterbury, and esteemed committee members. I'm Josh Michael, President of the State Board of Education. I'm glad to be here today with Dr. Carrie Wright, our State Superintendent of Schools, and our partner, AIB Chair Ike Leggett. Thank you for the opportunity to offer the State Board's perspective on policy provisions included in Senate Bill 429. We are deeply committed to the blueprint and the promise that it carries for children from all backgrounds across Maryland. Thank you for your transformational leadership in bringing it to reality. At MSDE, with stewardship of the implementation at the core center of our work, we focus on ensuring that every student is safe, supported, and connected in our schools, that they receive a strong foundation in literacy and mathematics, and that we are preparing them for success in college and careers. We believe that the blueprint pointed us in the right direction 4 years ago, and in order to stay on that path, we must continue to adapt the blueprint to meet the realities of public education today. Dr. Wright and I will speak on policy proposals in the bill before you that we believe will accelerate student achievement through the blueprint. First, on our teacher workforce. The single most impactful step we can take in public schools is to recruit and retain an effective licensed educator to teach each of Maryland's children. But today, and despite our best efforts in the blueprint, 1 in 10 of our classrooms is staffed by a substitute teacher or a conditionally licensed teacher, with rates of conditional licensure up significantly in recent years. Furthermore, the teacher shortage disproportionately impacts our students in high-poverty communities. Inexperienced teachers, teachers serving outside of their discipline, and teachers who hold emergency licenses work in high-poverty schools at notably higher rates. Despite financial incentives to recruit more nationally board-certified teachers into low-performing schools, only 12% of Maryland's MBC teachers have chosen to teach in our schools that need the most support. We concur with Chair Leggett and the AIB that the statewide teacher shortage requires us to extend out full implementation of teacher collaborative time. Without enough teachers, the 60-40 policy alone could result in the unintended consequence of reducing instructional time for students and raising class sizes, both negatively impacting academic achievement. Further, as demand for teachers grows through collaborative time, the state plays a critical role in ensuring that efforts to fill positions in one district do not disproportionately draw educators away from other schools, particularly those with the highest concentrations of poverty. While reversing the teacher shortage will take time, we cannot wait to improve working conditions and retention. This bill calls for grants for schools and districts to develop their own local models for collaborative time. Imagine schools where teachers co-plan and collaborate with colleagues after school and are compensated for that time. These grants will capitalize on the creativity and local knowledge of our schools, unions, and districts, implementing collaborative time improvements now with the teachers we have. The bill before you also doubles down on Grow Your Own initiatives, paid apprenticeships and on-the-job training programs for ESPs, conditionally licensed teachers, and career changers. These are Marylanders already teaching in our schools who have answered the call to serve Maryland's children and families. Grow Your Own programs work.
Research out just this morning by David Blazer at the University of Maryland shows how Grow Your Own programs expand and diversify the teacher workforce. By prioritizing the growth of educators from within, we build stronger and more connected communities where teachers are not just professionals, they are mentors, role models, and advocates who understand the unique challenges their students face. Let's double down on Grow Your Own, investing in the future of our communities. Before I turn it over to Dr. Wright, I'd like to discuss the success of Maryland's community schools. Having taught in two of Maryland's first community schools in Baltimore City, and now a parent in one of those schools, I have seen firsthand the potential for school transformation through this model, particularly for students and families who navigate poverty on a daily basis. In my 7th grade math class, teaching at a community school meant my students could focus on and successfully solve two-step equations because they had additional academic and interventions and wraparound supports in the schoolhouse. Your vision and foresight in scaling the largest implementation of community schools in the nation is truly transformational. We have seen exponential growth in the program from 207 community schools in 2020 to over 700 this coming fall, representing more than half of Maryland's public schools. Record funding has supported this expansion, growing from $51 million that year to $493 million in FY26. And what has been crystal clear in these last 5 years is this: our schools are deeply committed to the community schools model, and implementation has been uneven across the state. Last month, we highlighted that performance on 4th grade reading on the NAEP assessment increased such that Maryland jumped from 40th to 20th nationwide. But underneath that data, achievement for our economically disadvantaged 4th graders fell, and when we compare their achievement to like peers in other states, we rank 42nd nationally. On our state assessments, proficiency rates for our economically disadvantaged students are less than half that of their peers by 3rd grade. We must do better. Additional funding alone does not drive effective implementation. We need consistent and effective strategies statewide too. Our ambitious expansion of the community schools model has outpaced the infrastructure needed for effective execution. We want to create the conditions to ensure that these landmark investments in the blueprint yield equitable outcomes. In December, our board heard from Dr. Santelises and members of her team in Baltimore City Schools. We were inspired by the intentionality with which her team stewards the community school strategy in a manner that braids wraparound and academic supports to improve student outcomes. It was no surprise when an analysis from Harvard this week showed that literacy scores in Baltimore are improving the fastest in the state. Provisions in this bill mirror the supports in place in Baltimore City. The plan includes a multi-year evaluation of community schools and expands professional development and on-the-ground implementation support. Our schools are asking for technical assistance, and this would bring our state's higher education partners and national experts to the table. The bill will now allow LEAs with multiple community schools to utilize a portion of their funding for district-level coordination. And to ensure CPG funds are spent well, the bill requires MSDE to support LEAs in developing implementation plans, reinforcing the use of a clear and sound strategy across the state. Finally, the bill expands the current 2-person MSDE community schools team that is supporting over 700 schools. With these enhancements, Maryland is positioned to set the gold standard for community schools nationwide. We will demonstrate how a well-resourced, data-driven, and equity-focused strategy can drive meaningful improvements in education and life outcomes for children and families. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight our perspective. I'm happy to answer any questions. First, turn it to Dr. Wright.
Thank you, Dr. Michael, and thank you, Chairs Gazzoni, Barnes, Feldman, and Atterbury, and committee members for having me today. As a former teacher, principal, and special education leader in Howard County, Montgomery County, and Prince George's County, and now as a proud Harford County Public Schools grandparent, the success of our public schools in Maryland has been a central focus for the majority of my personal and professional life. In the last 9 years, seeing the creation of the Kirwan Commission and the passage of the blueprint has given me tremendous hope. Pillar 3 of the blueprint, which is focused on college and career readiness, is built on an aligned pre-K through grade 12 instructional system starting with a strong foundation in early literacy and numeracy. Pillar 2 calls for us to develop and retain high-quality and diverse teachers and leaders. An important part of my responsibilities as your state superintendent is to advise this body on the educational policies that I believe will move our school systems in the right direction. Following a deep study of our student performance data and a thorough review of research, I support the policy proposals embedded within Senate Bill 429, House Bill 504, that will accelerate progress within these key pillars of the blueprint. Let's start with the data. As we continue to work together, you will find that I will always be transparent with you. And being deeply honest with you at this moment requires me to name a painful reality. Our academic achievement results in Maryland, as measured by the National Assessment of Education Progress, has been declining for over a decade. From 2013 to 2022, our fourth graders fell from second place to 40th in the nation in reading and from 16th to 42nd in math. And during that period, the gap between our highest and lowest performing students has widened. These results are unsurprising when we consider that those who have the most direct impact on students and student outcomes, teachers and principals, are leaving their schools in record numbers. Chair Leggett and Dr. Michael spoke earlier of teacher turnover, so let me share a data point that I recently learned about principal turnover. Of those who served as principals in the 2019-2020 school year, only 1 in 3 is still leading their schools 5 years later. This level of principal turnover causes instability in school systems, which negatively impacts teachers and students. But despite these challenges that we face, I have total confidence that together we can turn this around. It has been done in several other states. The results of these initiatives are widely documented, and we've shared in our written testimony the specific evidence-based changes that we can make to drive near-term and long-term academic gains for all of our students. If there is one message that you take away from me today, I hope it's this. Investing in the professional learning of our teachers and principals transforms schools. When asked about the most essential policies we can support, I have always come back to investing in developing people. First, what can we do for our teachers? The job of a teacher has never been more challenging than it is today. One-time teacher workshops typically fail to achieve their goals. Instead, we've seen, and research supports, that strong, non-evaluative instructional coaching makes the biggest impact on a teacher's practice. When teachers have access to an effective coach, they are engaged in a process that is not top-down, but rather one that values their expertise and guides them in integrating best practices. This process has lasting effects on their current students and every group of students they teach in the future, because when teachers feel supported and developed by a coach, they stay in the profession. This bill would establish the Academic Excellence Program, which identifies a cadre of state instructional coaches who remain employees of our local school systems and spend their time coaching teachers in schools. State instructional coaches engage in training alongside existing LEA coaches, and they are empowered to work together and share resources. When I implemented this kind of state coaching program before, national experts called it a bold and critical move, and it was. Instructional coaches varies widely across districts, despite clear research on what makes coaching effective. This initiative allows us to set a statewide standard for excellence in teacher support. The ways we develop our teachers matter, and instructional coaching is the key. And what about our school principals? Schools with strong leaders experience higher teacher satisfaction, increased teacher retention, and improved student performance. But principals need support too. As some educational scholars have written, good principals aren't born, they're mentored. Structured principal mentoring and training is one of the highest leverage strategies we can offer. This bill proposes to establish a Maryland School Leadership Academy to provide exactly that. Hundreds of interested current and aspiring school leaders from across the state would be matched with a strong, experienced principal to serve as their mentor. These mentors would support participants as they engage across LEA lines with fellow members in their training cohort. This program's reach would extend to thousands of students and hundreds of schools, deepening Maryland's bench of talented school administrators. In the last year, MSDE has already begun to deliver meaningful training to a large number of educators and has received overwhelmingly positive feedback. 872 school leaders from 5 regions across the state participated in training last month, and 5,804 teachers have enrolled in online coursework funded by philanthropy to deepen their knowledge of the science of reading. We at MSDE are just getting started. I know that you are faced with difficult decisions related to education this legislative session. That is why my team and our state board have given these policies a tremendous amount of thought. At this critical moment, we want to provide you with policy options that will allow you to see wins in multiple fronts, not for the teacher workforce or student achievement, not for community schools or collaborative time, but for all of the above. I sincerely believe that these investments that this body can make now to ensure that we deliver on the promise of the blueprint. We can restore Maryland as an education destination that is in the top 10 in the nation, and where all of our public schools are supportive, inclusive learning environments and centers for excellence for all young children. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take some questions now for this panel. Senator Rosapep.
Chairman, and thanks to all the witnesses so far. I just wanted to make a comment and respond to it if you'd like to. Mr. Michael talked about how it wasn't just about money, it's about strategy. And that was the vision of the Kirwan Commission and the blueprint when we passed it, is money is important, but strategy is important too. And I think what you're reporting, and this from Mr. Leggett and from the superintendent as well, is some of the strategies we've gotten off the ground seem to be making some progress, which is great. But we got a long way to go. And I appreciate everyone's openness to say, make changes in the governor's plan both ways. But I just want to say that I think the plan that has been presented by the governor with the input from all of you is a very thoughtful plan that I think is strategically and philosophically in line with the blueprint as it was designed. These questions of timing, these questions of our budget situation, the question of the craziness in Washington we have to deal with. But I think the basic approach is sound. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has to do with Grow Your Own, and I believe, Dr. Michael, you spoke about it. Under current law, MSDE has to publish data on Grow Your Own teachers, including the race, the gender, etc. However, under the governor's bill, they only would have to collect the data, not publish it. My question is, by not publishing it, would it impact the success of this program and what it is you're attempting to do?
We'd certainly support a requirement that would require publishing of the data. I think publishing data and getting out in the public is essential. As you've brought this up, I do want to note one difference in the way this Grow Your Own is structured and what was passed last year. There's a limit on the amount of the current Grow Your Own fund that this body approved that caps support for conditionally certified teachers at 25%. And I just want to acknowledge that we have 6,000 conditionally certified teachers, and while the effort that was made last year was significant and gets us moving in the right direction, I just want to draw attention to the fact we've got a lot to do, and we've got a lot of support needed for our 6,000 conditionally certified teachers statewide.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Kagan.
Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your leadership and your testimony. Dr. Wright, when you came before our committee 3 weeks ago now, which is an eternity in the Trump-Musk administration here and all the actions that they've taken, I asked about whether MSDE has given thought to recruiting some of the laid-off federal employees whose numbers are increasing every day in order to fill our 2,000-plus vacancies in our teaching slots. And I wonder if you could give us an update as to any steps that you've taken or any preliminary plans that you've crafted.
Thank you for that. Yes, in fact, we have. We get applications pretty frequently, to be honest with you, even since we last met. And we are in the process, as we speak, of interviewing some of those candidates for positions that we know across the state. And it's also been lifted up that we also maybe need to be thinking about also seeing how, if they're interested in becoming teachers. So not just moving into a leadership role, which is great, but a career changer possibly. So we are well aware of that and are working on that as we speak.
Great, great answer. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to ask about one thing that was particularly concerning in some of the testimony that we received, and this is particularly probably to Chair Leggett. So especially, well, it's probably to all of you because it's going to have a big impact. So especially as the minimum school funding formula goes fully into effect, where the money is following the students to the schools, many school systems are reporting that the current foundational formula alone is not going to be enough for some of the schools that's mainly what they receive, that amount. Especially if they don't have a high level of compensatory ed students or multi-language learner students, that it can even have the impact of adequate staffing not even be possible at some of these schools as we implement that. So have you guys heard that? I've asked for kind of a global look at that and kind of, at least for my county, how it's impacted, but certainly across the state of what kind of impact that's going to have. Does this bill alleviate any of that? And do you have any recommendations? Are you looking at it particularly as it pertains to our rural and our smaller schools?
Certainly, we are looking at it, and we are aware of the challenges faced with that. And if we go back for the last year or so, we've made some adjustments so that we've slowed that progress down so that we can have a chance to better assess that. We're looking at some other alternatives related to the small schools that you just talked about, schools and our districts, and we continue to monitor that. But I think that some of the part of the problem has also been overstated in terms of the magnitude of it, that all of a sudden everything is related to the 75% and the following the money, and that probably has some impact of it. But one of the things we're trying to better analyze is whether or not that's the full impact of what we've been told. But we do know that there is an impact, and we've responded to some of the challenges, and we're trying to make adjustments as we go forward, on top of the adjustments that we've already made.
I would say what I'm hearing is it's the combination of the weighted formula and the 75%, not just the 75% following. If it was equal across the board, as it used to be with your per pupil allocation, then we wouldn't be probably having the conversation, but it's the weighted formula that's causing a shift in the scales.
Thank you.
The only thing I would add is, we have for a very long time had a dedicated formulas since Thornton for students from different backgrounds. So the only way that minimum school funding with increased accountability and transparency is causing major transitions if funds that were once dedicated for our highest poverty students through Comp Ed were not being used for that. So, we're going to have a reckoning here, right? And we are here for that, and we need to, both boards are actively working. This work started for us a year ago, and we passed a joint policy. But, there's a reckoning. That money was intended for supporting students who live in poverty. And when we look at our achievement data, nationally, we have some of the largest gaps between economically disadvantaged students and not. So this is a gut check for us as a state as to student achievement for students who live in poverty. And so these are tough conversations. This is more than flexibility. This is about values.
Senator Washington.
Chair, I concur that this is about values, and I just want to say it's so wonderful to have a team of partners, and the three of you, in ensuring that we have a good public education system for all of our students. And I want to just take a minute and sort of come back to the core of what we're doing, because I believe we're doing a little bit of teaching to the test when it comes to this this legislation, and also in general our policy approach to education. Fundamentally, we are responsible for providing adequacy of Maryland's education funding. So this predates, as you agree, and you mentioned, Chair Leggett, that these issues predate the blueprint, predate this administration, and some accountability standards were set, and this has to do with the foundation formula. And the accountability standards were set in 2002, right? You know, prior to No Child Left Behind, that this is what is the sort of minimum required to provide public education. Now, as a state, we never recalculated our base formula. We did a lot of these other enhancements. And again, I want to have this conversation separately because I believe that this addresses what Delegate Miller was speaking to. It's about fundamentally public education and what we're doing for education. You know, not the blueprint as the latest form, but rather the initiation of what the Kerwin was to do was to address the fact that we never really recalculated the formula, that the formula was found by courts and other, that the funding was found to be inadequate. And so these cuts to the base, you know, in some way, again, undermines the work that was done even pre-blueprint. So I guess as the state board and our superintendent, you know, under our Maryland Constitution, we're to provide, although it's, you know, we've come to interpret it that we have to provide an adequacy issue. So the adequacy issue, again, predates, you know, any specific cuts to the blueprint. So as a part of our Section 3 of the state constitution, it says that the school fund of the state shall be kept inviolate and appropriated only to the purpose of education. As our educator, as our leaders, as the chair of the board responsible for policy and budget, could you respond to comments made by the prior panel that cuts to public education are being used to address the state deficit overall? So in other words, some forms of the cuts will be used to make up cuts. Like it's not just about addressing public education. So one, could you comment on fundamentally our obligation as a state to provide adequate funding, and do you find that there is a problem, or there's some adjustments should be made to the foundation amount? Because
Okay.
that amount.
Senator Kay, if we could,
yeah,
maybe
I
we
mean,
can just get an answer
You're just
from.
looking, yeah, so.
Yep.
So if you can get that would be helpful.
Great.
Is that to me?
It's to
Or
anyone.
all of us?
I kept talking because I couldn't see if anybody wanted to actually answer.
Let me first.
And if you don't, we can certainly, we could put it out there. I guess I'm going to not have you answer that because it's somewhat rhetorical.
Let me
If you want to,
take the
it's
first crack
fine.
at it.
Yeah.
Prior to my arrival here, a reporter asked me, given the challenges that we face and the legislation that has been introduced, the General Assembly is still on board with the blueprint, and whether or not the executive branch is still on board with the blueprint. My response was unequivocally yes. This body has made a bold step far and beyond what many jurisdictions have not done around this country. There may be some differences, and I agree with a portion of what the governor said, and some portions I do not agree. But the decision as it relates to the resources, from the perspective of the AIB, is a decision that you have to make. We will implement what we have to implement based on the resources that we have and the time frame in which we have to make that. When we came forward with challenges related to the collaborative time, it would have been irresponsible for us not to tell you that we had those concerns, and for us not to say, you need to look at adjustments. For us not to do that, in my opinion, would have been irresponsible. Now, if you decide that we want to go forward, despite the facts that we've talked about, the facts that we've outlined, and you can find the resources to implement it at a time frame that you feel is worthy, that is a value judgment that the General Assembly must make. As chair of the AIB, we will implement it. We've given you what we believe, the facts and the rationale behind it, but we will implement what it is that you think this state can afford and what time frame it should be afforded.
Thank you. I would like the president of the board to answer, because I guess I just remembered that question about answering to a higher authority. But, you know, fundamentally, this is about education. And so when I talk about what we're doing, we're talking about the education. It's not a particular latest version, you know, whether it was the Thornton, which we stopped funding, you know, because we had a budget deficit, and so our schools dropped, and so now we're about to do the same thing. But as the policy board, the one that guides public education, speaking to that responsibility, cuts to the foundation formula seems to me anathema to the promises or obligation to provide adequate funding for the statewide system. And so that's a great concern. And then just to respond to just a little bit, I have to, because unfortunately, this is a very important topic and we need to get it, that the cuts in the community schools are actually being shifted to the, you know, the money's being shifted to principals to compensate for reductions that we've created by reducing the foundation formula.
So what
So
we're
if you
going to
have
do
that
here
same
now is we're going to have you
analysis.
answer that question.
And then we're done.
And then we've got 2 more senators and 1 more delegate that are going to speak. And let me just lay out the rest of the afternoon. We're going to have, so basically what we've heard from is state government officials. And we're going to move to a number of panels after that and individuals. And I'm going to try to mix it up. I'm going to put people who are signed up in groups, who have concepts they want to share, and I've got that are both favorable with amendments and some unfavorables. And then I'm going to mix some individuals in that. And that's the way we're going to keep moving forward. You're going to see a clock come up on this screen for the remainder of the testifiers, and it'll be 2 minutes per testimony. It is very important, and obviously it's emotional in many ways, and it's thought-provoking, and all the things that we want it to be because we care so deeply about it, and we appreciate everybody and their questions. But if we can keep those questions hopefully to a minimum as we move forward, because we do have a lot more people who would like to testify. So with that, I think we have a delegate.
All group session where we can have some more questions answered. Thank you.
That's certainly a possibility.
Yes, when we ask, as delegates, when we ask them to come, they usually come, Senator, so probably. Delegate Acevero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the panel. Good to see you, Chair Leggett. My question is for Dr. Wright. I'm curious, I recall the blueprint mandating or creating peer assistance review programs, and that currently remains unfunded. And I'm curious why we're creating a state-level coaching, mentoring program and funding that versus funding something that is already mandated in the blueprint. Can you provide, I guess, some rationale behind that?
I can't speak directly to the PAR issue around that. I can tell you that what we've proposed is sound in terms of its evidence-based practices, in terms of improving reading and math. In looking at our data, it has been a huge concern of mine that we right now are sitting at a 47% proficiency rate for reading and a 27% proficiency rate for math. And so it's obvious to me that our teachers need that kind of coaching and that kind of professional learning. So that's the reason that we're proposing. What we're proposing is to come alongside and support our teachers and leaders across the state so that we can hopefully improve our outcomes for all children across the state.
I appreciate that. And any commitment to, I guess, well, supporting the Peer Assistance Review Program, the PAR program, if you could follow up on that. I know I was proud to vote for the blueprint, and I know that was part of it, and want to make sure that's funded in addition to, you know, what you're mentioning here. So if you could follow up, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the leadership of the panel. You hold powerful positions that impact our students on a daily basis, and we thank you for your leadership and for your focus on that goal. Dr. Wright, this question is for you. In your testimony, you say, we must ensure that the collaborative time policy does not unintentionally decrease instructional time for students or negatively impact academic performance. To reduce teacher instructional time to 60% from 80% while holding constant the number of teachers in Maryland can only be achieved by covering more classes with unlicensed teachers or increasing class size. So now Governor Moore has a proposal to put a pause on the collaborative time. I think there are some questions to better understand if that pullback on the collaborative time at the local level has been quantified to the exact $1.2 billion savings. So that's one piece of my question. But I also want to raise a policy question with your statement and really going through the 60 to going to 60% from 80%. I think it raises a question of what is so magical about the 60% number, because that's just a little over half the day where teachers are in the classroom. So, and then there's these unintended consequences in not being able to reach it. So I just wanted your thoughts on the 60% given the issues you've raised, and is there something magical about that 60% where, again, that's just a little bit over half the time in the classroom?
Well, I was actually referring to what the proposal had originally been, which was the 60-40 split. My concern was, without having enough licensed people in the classroom, if teachers are being pulled out even 20% of the time, then that 20% of the time, or excuse me, the 40% of the time would be covered by possibly people that are not licensed, substitute teachers, volunteers, whatever the case might be. My concern was, during that time, children still have to learn. And so in that 40% of the time that teachers aren't there, that somebody else is there, knowing the shortage that we're having, that was my intent with my comment. I'm concerned about who's actually going to be in the classroom providing that level of instruction that is of high quality.
But it seems to me you could achieve some of those same goals, between 60 and 80%.
Well, the 60-40 was what was being proposed for collaborative time. That's the reason I chose the 60-40.
Right, and I'm questioning about the 60%, but I can follow up with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think the number was looked at in terms of best performance systems around the country in the world, so that it was based on that factor. Now, I agree with you that we need to look at that, and part of the pause is to allow us to look at that actual number so that when we get back to the regular scheduled time frame, we will have either reinforced that number or adjusted to some other number as well.
I appreciate that response, that you would take a look at that number. Thank you.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to say thank you to the distinguished panel. I wanted to start saying that I believe in public education, as my wife and I have had both of our children attend the public school system. I do, Dr. Wright, have some questions. In your testimony, you spoke about test results. And I think that when we all talk about the money that we have here, it's very important that we have measurable goals. And we should know that things are working. And you said that from 2019 to 2022, we had a decrease. My first question, did the children in 2019 take the same test as 2022?
Yes.
Have we given that test in 2024 or 2025 to know where we stand?
Yeah, if you're talking about our statewide assessment results are flat. They've been flat for a number of years. We've bounced between 46, 47, 48, 47 in terms of percent proficient, but that has not changed at all.
So, Doctor, break that down for me.
we'd spend a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of things. Was what we're doing with the blueprint working or not? Where are we with graduation rates?
Graduation rates, we're doing quite well. We're right up around 88%, 88.9, which is around the national average. My concern is when you aren't seeing any growth in children's learning to read or in their numeracy skills, that is a concern for me. And so what I'm focusing in on is what can we do to support our teachers in the classroom to build their capacity where it comes to literacy and numeracy are concerned. Because I'm seeing flat in our statewide assessment, but if you're talking about the national assessment over the past decade, we have seen an incredible decrease in our scores. 10 years ago, we were number 2 in the nation in terms of our NAEP scores. We dropped to 40 in 2022. We've bounced back to 20th in the nation, but as Dr. Michael said, our children in poverty are now ranking at 43rd in the nation in terms of their growth. So we've got to be looking at what's happening in the classroom, and that's really where I'm leaning in.
And I appreciate that answer, and I thank as you came by and shared some of those numbers and facts with me. I greatly appreciate your time. I just want to make sure that when we talk about graduation rates, because that's something as a parent I can measure, it's something I can measure in my schools. Since we started the blueprint, have the graduation rates increased? Or have they held standard? Because that's a big thing, is getting our kids to graduate.
They've pretty much held steady. I think our graduation rates over the past, I'm going to say 5 years, have bounced anywhere from 87 to 88, and maybe a little bit more than 88, but hovering right around that number. If you took a look at, I may have provided graphs in the testimony, but you'll see that's pretty steady across the 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I do just want to underscore Dr. Wright's point. You know, when you look on average at all 4 assessments on NAEP from 2011 to 2022, we fell faster really than any other state in the country. We have made between 22 to 24 some significant progress. We've heard about literacy. Urban Institute has done an analysis which controls for like students, and that is showing that we have some of the top growth, particularly in 4th grade literacy across the country. When we look just at scale scores for our 4th graders, they're materially going up 4 points in literacy, 5 points in math. So we are making progress in the past years, and I want to underscore that since the implementation of the blueprint, we are beginning to head in the right direction, which is a very distinct change from the previous trend before 2022.
So we're going to make sure that the members get access to all that data and those reports. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
I think I just want to end with a quick question. And first of all, thank all 3 of you for your leadership to the commitment to the state and the children of the state. We know it is unchallenged and very committed to the state. On the community schools, Mr. Michael, you made a comment really quick, at the onset of your testimony that we all want the community schools to succeed. And I think we do. I think the governor wants the community schools to succeed. I think everyone in this room wants the community schools to succeed. I think the schools that we've seen most success out of have been some of the schools in Baltimore City who have been doing it the longest. That's intuitive to me, right? It's sort of like my 8-year-old wants to be as good at basketball as his 10-year-old brother. I don't tell him stop playing basketball. I say keep playing basketball. So it's a little counterintuitive to me to say, here's how we're going to make community schools succeed. Let's stop doing them. So I just kind of wanted you to respond to that, say, just basically just respond.
I appreciate your comment. I want to be really clear. We are not stopping community schools in any way in this plan. So a pause is different than a stop, but the point is well taken. So I want to be really clear. So in Baltimore City, our 80% schools will continue to receive $2,400 per pupil in those 2 years. But I do acknowledge our comments today have focused on the policy provisions around community schools. But to be clear, the plan in front of you does pause the increased investments in community schools. That is a part of this plan. We believe that the investments, the policy pieces, will better prepare us to support community schools, but the funding piece, we defer to you and the governor.
No, that's, I think, an important sort of delineation with your testimony, that you're really speaking about policy and not the funding here today, which I really appreciate, because I do think it's important you know, if we want community schools to succeed, we've got to bring them online and have them work out the kinks and work through the issues. And I think that's the best path forward. So thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much, panel. We appreciate it very much. We're going to move on, and we're going to do a Maryland State Education Association panel. Individuals involved with that, if they could come forward. After that, we will do a panel. I can see a great number of the superintendents from around the state are here. We appreciate that. We also know that you've got some leadership folks who are going to be on a panel, and that would be the Public School Superintendents Association after this panel. Whoever would like to begin, they can start.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Samantha Zwirling, Managing Director of Political and Legislative Affairs for the Maryland State Education Association. Thank you for the opportunity today to testify on this important bill. And as you've heard from the panels before, this is a big, complicated bill. As the General Assembly considers consequential legislation like this, MSEA stands ready to partner, and we hope to have a seat at the table to ensure educator voices are heard throughout this process and to make clear the funding implications on students of policy and funding decisions that are being considered here. After me, you'll hear from some of our leadership from across the state highlighting this bill's implications to collaborative time, that effect on our at-promise students, our community schools, and the Grow Your Own program. We support and appreciate the focus on shoring up the educator pipeline and meaningfully addressing the staffing shortage through funding the Grow Your Own program that you all passed and worked on last year. But we remained extremely concerned about the bill's overall proposal and proposed adjustments to school funding that will negatively impact our students who need the most support. And those are our multilingual learners, our students from low-income families, and those living in concentrated poverty. As a reminder, and as has been said here today, the bill here will not make an impact on the FY26 state budget that you all are facing, since all of this is contained within the Blueprint Fund. You can see our written testimony to speak to some of our specific amendments, but if you choose to move this bill, we urge caution and careful deliberation to ensure that the Blueprint's core goals and values of equity are not lost while trying to solve out-year budget problems. And with that, I turn it over to MSE President Paul Lemley.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Lemley, a National Board Certified teacher serving as MSEA's president and representing 75,000 of the most dedicated humans living and working in all of your districts. Collaborative time, also known as TIME, is one of the hallmark findings of the Kirwan Commission's studies of the world's best schools. It means giving educators time to do their jobs, and the Commission found this to be one of the major drivers of student achievement. As defined in the Blueprint, all work beyond classroom teaching must be done in less than 40% of our time. It's not a magic number, and I don't want to gloss over the difficulty of this. The Bureau of Labor Statistics research found that teachers work over 50 hours every week, a full 8 hours a day per week more than the average. So what happens during collaborative time? For an American government teacher like myself, plan 20 meetings a week with engaging lessons, researching current events to find balanced, credible sources, not easy today, while individualizing instruction in response to specific student needs. Post materials of instruction and lessons on web pages like Canvas, provide constructive feedback for our students, and meet with them when they don't like that constructive feedback. If I have 120 students, and this is a year with small class sizes, 3 minutes per student is 6 hours a week of grading. Respond to every communication from students, educators, school administrators, and families, and of course, collaborate. I worked with our school resource officer and did a Fourth Amendment vehicle search lesson. Thanks for not tearing my car apart. Psych teacher, we worked together to do a child abuse and neglect lesson where one of her students left a baby doll in a classroom, in a bathroom, and my law students investigated and applied Maryland's law to the situation. A delay to collaborative time reduces the per pupil foundation funding amount. Funding for students receiving special education services, free or reduced price meals, and multilingual learners is linked to the foundation amount, and we urge you to think about the full impact of any of these proposals. Thank you.
Greetings, I'm Dr. Nikki Woodward. I'm an early intervention childhood educator from Montgomery County, now serving as MSEA's Vice President. I will focus my remarks on the community schools portion of the bill. I have extensive experience with community schools as I have designed, implemented, and served on steering committees at the local and national levels. I have also completed extensive research on best practices and instructional curriculum inclusion, professional learning that I have also been able to implement at the local, state, and national levels for community schools. Community schools are one of the most important aspects of the blueprint, and we can all be incredibly proud of what they've already accomplished. At a recent briefing in this very room, MSDE, MSEA, PASAM, and MAVE, and as well as other stakeholders, identified the state's commitment to community schools as one of the blueprint's biggest successes thus far. The academic success at community schools was highlighted as a place where we're making progress. So honestly, we were shocked to see a proposed delay in their implementation through pauses in the concentration of poverty grants. The proposal defies both best practices and the evidence of their success in our highest poverty communities across the state. This is especially true for the approximately 167 schools that we anticipate coming online for community schools this upcoming year. Under this proposal, those schools would be held in limbo for 2 years. During that time, they'll receive personnel grants to hire community school coordinators and a health practitioner, but would not receive any per-pupil programmatic funds. In other words, they would have the staff that they would be expected to, but what would they be able to do without the funds? Delays would compound the harm to students in concentrated poverty, especially given the double cut to expected funding levels for these students due to the collaborative time delay, as President Lemley explained. This would move us further away from our shared goal of fundamentally addressing childhood poverty. MSEA urges the General Assembly to reject the delay in community schools implementation and strike this from this bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Ronnie Beard. I am a social studies educator in Frederick County and a member of the MSEA Board of Directors. Last year, I provided testimony online on how I became a teacher through the Grow Your Own program. We actually did like Grow Your Own before it was popular in Frederick County. We negotiated through our Board of Ed there. Delegate Miller was one of the people on the board during that time to make sure that we were able to fund when it came to funding on how we can get our classes in, funding how I was able to still work and get my full salary at the same time and then still be able to become a teacher later on. So since last year, Grow Your Own program has been expanded from helping education support professionals gain the certification to a wider array of teacher candidates. We affirm the value of investing in many pathways, especially conditionally certified teachers who must meet licensure requirements to continue teaching. We must also ensure that continued focus on education support professionals who wish to become teachers in this program, because they're actually the ones that are in the building and have those relationships. This pathway in particular, supported by a large body of research demonstrating that it improves teacher retention and diversity. MSEA has proposed several amendments to ensure that ESPs are included and prioritized, that all candidates are well supported, and that the Grow Your Own program data is transparent. Now it's time to keep investing in that future teachers, many whom are already in the schools and many of whom that already have that relationship that cannot be done just through a regular higher ed program. Thank you so much.
Right now we have just one question for this panel. Ebersol.
Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chairs, and thank you for being here. I can't help but comment, because you're teachers, that this is really a 504 plan, isn't it, if this particular bill? Community schools, Ms. Woodward, thank you. You zeroed on, there are two funding concerns I have about community schools. First of all, if we pause community schools, we have allocated nearly $250,000 a year to schools that are ramping up to becoming community schools. 2 years of surveys, and I can't name all the things they do. What will happen? They're already in progress. What will happen if we freeze the community schools at that particular point? Will we fire those people? Will they stay on? So this is my first question. My second one is, there's a talk about where the funding goes for this, if we ever begin it again, okay? And this is in the bill. It's on page 12 of the bill, that we have to a point said 90% of the money should follow the student to the school, and the other 10% can be used for the LEA to do the things it needs to make it possible. Now we're looking at 50-50. okay? And I'm going to read you some of the things they say that 50% can be used for. One of them is provide central support to effectively manage programs. Wow, I really don't know what that means, okay? The other one I read is any other administrative cost is defined by the department through their work. The only one I see that I really like is shared services, that if the county is going to take some of that money, they use it for shared services. Comments on that, or the community schools coordinators who are in the building who are currently working toward a community school that might not exist.
All right, so I'll do my best to hit all, not really all, but as the very important part of it. So the challenge that we're having is that because of the suggested, there will be a pause. I mean, we all know inflation. There's no way around it. So saying that we're going to provide 2026 funding levels to a school in 27, 28, we know is just not realistic and shouldn't be an expectation that we're doing. In addition to that, you're still, as I shared, there's going to be about 167 schools that we will be bringing on as we anticipate as of July 1st. They'll have the ability to hire the staff, as I shared. They'll have the ability to go into the community and find out what their needs are. They will have zero capacity, absolutely zero capacity to implement any program based on the needs of that community. That is problematic. I will share that I think, I can't speak to all the recommendations that the governor, I won't pretend to speak to all the recommendations that are made there, but I do think that there are some conversations around instruction and curriculum. And so I do think having some flexibility around being able to really examine what is the impact of the current services and supports that are being provided and how we're ensuring that there's a connectivity to students' achievement is an important aspect that we should be considering. And so some flexibility around that percentage would be appropriate and to consider.
Thing on that. The other thing to note is that the panels before us talked about how well many community schools are doing, and especially those that have been online for a little while. The proposed pause under this bill pauses all community schools. It is a sweeping brush, so it pauses those to get up to 100% levels of funding for the concentration of poverty grants. Under the blueprint, the concentration of poverty grants phase in. And so under this proposal, all of that would stop at FY26 levels. And that's concerning from an implementation standpoint when we have some that are actually making real progress on our academic achievement.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much. And as I mentioned, now we should have the superintendents, Pazam. After that, by the way, we're going to do, I have 3 students who are signed up. Eliza Gregory, Cameron Askew, and Leah Stearns will be after this panel. So it looks like everybody wants to talk. So are all the superintendents intending to speak?
Not all of us. There is, I believe, 8 of my colleagues that are here to speak.
Okay. You can begin, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committees. My name is Maria Navarro, and I am proud to be the superintendent of Charles County Public Schools. Today, my colleagues and I come before you to ask for your serious consideration of our concerns regarding this legislation. What you will hear from my colleagues is the consensus of your local 24 superintendents, of which over half of them are physically here with me today, the education leaders you have entrusted to educate Maryland students and implement the blueprint. And that is what we have been doing for the past 3 years. But this legislation's funding pause will not only harm the gains we have made, it will irrevocably halt the success and the momentum of our efforts. We appreciate the governor's attempt to bolster the sustainability of the Blueprint Fund, but as leaders on the front lines of Maryland's 10-year education reform, we can only offer limited support for this legislation. All 24 superintendents stand firmly together in asking the legislator not to make changes to the foundation formula, This is the building block of the blueprint, and the reductions to the foundation affect everything we do. We do not want to pick winners and losers by holding one category of students harmless. All of our students need adequate funding, period. For Charles County, this means cuts across multiple funding categories, including multilingual learners, among others, totaling just over $3.8 million. This will impact academic programs, options, class sizes, and staffing. Let us have a meaningful seat at the problem-solving table so that we can collectively actualize the commitments made to our Maryland students and families. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I am Sean Bolson, Superintendent of Harford County. Thank you for having us here today. As a superintendent, I want to see this blueprint succeed. We've made great progress in recent years, but as a state, our failure to make necessary course corrections is increasingly undermining its chances for success. I'm here specifically to address the inadequacy of the foundation funding formula. The pause of collaborative time is essentially a cut to the most essential funding in the entire blueprint model, the foundation funding. The single worst thing the state can do at this time for student achievement is to reduce the foundation funding. The foundation formula has been grossly underestimated, but that fact has been masked by the presence of federal relief dollars until now. Superintendents have been attempting unsuccessfully to bring attention to the issue before it became such a big thing, but here we are. Because of the existing inadequacies in the foundation, Harford has already cut 165 positions, 120 of which are classroom teachers. Now, just to point out, I've cut my leadership development program and 2/3 of my coaches who will be in classes. So the idea that some of this funding might be shifting over to support that at a different level is particularly concerning. You cannot build an enduring structure on an inadequate foundation. The foundation funding alone is insufficient to adequately support a properly functioning school. It does not account for safety and security, transportation, extracurriculars, just so many things. Most notably, class size. If this blueprint continues as is, it's most likely to be turned into the blueprint for larger class sizes. If you take anything away today, think about the impact every change in this blueprint has on class sizes, and if we fail to make the changes. If the finances of the blueprint fails, then the blueprint itself will fail.
Good afternoon. I am Sonia Santelises, CEO of Baltimore City Public Schools. In preparing for today, I found myself reflecting on how it was nearly 5 years ago to the day that I sat before you in this same room for what can only be described as those historic blueprint discussions. I ended my testimony that day by saying, and this is a quote, "My challenge to you today is the one that I pose to myself all the time, and that is, what would we be able to do in Baltimore City if we actually had the resources we know our children need and deserve?" Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 2025, and I am sitting before you as the longest-serving CEO in Baltimore City since 1946, and I came here today prepared to answer that question. If you'll indulge me for just a moment, here is some of what we've been able to do in Baltimore City thanks to your recognition that concentrations of poverty and community schools matter. City school students have the second largest growth in reading nationally. We are one of 2 Maryland school districts performing better in reading than before the pandemic. Our 4th graders quadrupled the growth of their peers on NAEP, making for the 3rd largest growth nationally among big city school districts. Our NCAP percentage increases in both math and ELA were the highest in the state. I could go on, but the clock is ticking and I need to get to the bottom line. It is undeniable that concentrations of poverty investments are making a difference in outcomes for students. To pull back on them now would be devastating. If the bill before you proceeds as drafted, we expect $396 million in reduced support for city schools over the next 4 years. I implore you to resist the pause to community schools, and if you must pause collaborative time, a move that concerns me greatly, please at least extend the hold harmless for special ed to also include comp ed and English learners. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Derek Simmons, the proud superintendent of Caroline County Public Schools. I represent over 5,600 students and over 1,000 staff members who are absolutely dedicated and committed to the success of every one of our students and to our community. As a small rural county and one of the poorest in the state's funding formula drives the revenue for us to operate. With the proposed reduction in the funding formula within this bill, my school system will see a significant reduction in revenues over the coming years that will have an impact on our ability to meet the needs of our students. While I may, in theory, support the components within this bill, that support cannot be had at the expense of my district's abilities to meet the needs of its students and our community. I implore you to fund public education at the promised levels for FY26. I do have the privilege of testifying in support of proposed operational changes in the community schools program. By next year, all of my schools will qualify as community schools. As my colleague, Dr. Santelises, aptly described, we do not support the 2-year pause in community school funding, arguably the most successful facet of the blueprint. However, we do support the operational and oversight changes, moving the program fully under the purview of MSDE, as well as the expanded uses of the community schools funding. For the last 2 years, the superintendents and PZAM have strongly advocated for flexibility in community schools funding. This bill astutely recognizes that allowing districts to use some of that funding for district-wide activities will yield tremendous economies of scale and enhance best practices and cooperation in school systems. This bill recognizes that a limited amount of funding should be used for fiscal management and compliance. We understand the hesitancy of funders to allow for administrative spending, but it's important and has been well documented. Federal title programs have long acknowledged the need to set aside funding for budgeting, contracts, and grant writing to support the hands-on work happening with our community schools coordinators. Centralizing and supporting these tasks at the district office ensures that the totality of the CPG funds are used with fidelity, with the appropriate staff managing these essential funding and procurement functions. Freeing up these management burdens allows community schools coordinators to concentrate on engaging families, supporting students, and collaborating with community partners. Thank you for your time and attention.
Panel. You've got Mike Griffin.
Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the panel. This question is directed toward Dr. Santelises. It's always a pleasure to see you. And I know my colleague from, the senator from the 45th alluded to our recent tour that we had of Hollibird Elementary, which was illuminating. We know a lot of the amazing progress that's taking place under the blueprint, but it's always nice to visibly see, especially the literacy aspect where I learned some things as well as an adult. But if you could, I know we're short on time, can you just elaborate on how the concentration of poverty grant dollars, specific investments that have been utilized that are contributing to a lot of the successes that you referred to in your testimony?
No, thank you very much, Delegate Wells, and it's always great to host to one of our schools. I think one of the things I would also elaborate on is our longtime investment in preschool, which we know is an essential pillar in the blueprint, and what we saw even this past year, once the state ceased giving the KRA exam, which is the pre-K assessment for kindergarten readiness, Baltimore City continued, and we have 53.4% of our pre-K students who score as ready for pre-K, and that's opposed to the last time it was given across the state, it was 44%. So we're seeing our students perform there. We're also seeing that prior to the blueprint, we had 174 arts teachers in Baltimore City. We know that arts are essential. We now are up to 309 arts teachers. We also know that we have seen in Baltimore City more students of color, more African American and Latino students than ever before in the district enroll enrolled in advanced placement courses that have historic numbers. And then I would add that even though Baltimore City is actually losing population, our enrollment for this current school year, because of the investment in enriched programming, actually increased more than 1,000 students. When we look at our chronic absenteeism, which I know many members of our Baltimore City delegation and my colleagues across the state are concerned about, we have seen year-over-year percentage decreases every year, particularly in our community schools. So those are some additional investments, Delegate Wells, that I would point to.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is more pointed towards Dr. Santalisa. It's not a question, but more of a comment. Dr. Santalisa, I tell you, I can feel that fire that's in your belly that then moved through your voice. And when I heard your voice and I heard your comments, I didn't see it as it was Dr. Santalisa, but I felt like you were speaking for every young black girl, every young black boy, every young person that's living in concentration of poverty, no matter what their color is right now, every ESOL student. So I just say thank you. But more importantly, Dr. Santalisa, I want to say to you that I hear you, I see you, and that you matter.
Thank you, Senator McCray.
Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the panel for being here. And it's great to see you, Dr. Bolson, as my superintendent. This question is directed towards you. How would this bill impact student achievement, particularly in literacy and college and career readiness?
Like the others have indicated, we've made some great growth in the last few years, but I do feel like it's built on a bit of a house of cards because we have students with great challenges. As I said, I'm taking approximately 120 teachers, and this is before submitting my budget. So these aren't threats to go, these are going. If the bill passes as written, it will probably be approximately another 100 teachers coming out of our school system. The last 2 years, we had the greatest English language arts growth in the state in grades 3 through 8. Barely ahead of others, but we had some really good growth. But that's been built by the support that we've been able to put in for our teachers and, keeping the teachers in place at the class sizes we've had. So I've already said to my board that because they asked, how are you going to be sure that, that this improvement we've seen continues? I said, I can't. We will see harm to our student achievement through the cuts I'm doing. And again, the cuts I've already done aren't because of this legislation. They're because the foundation is inadequate. One thing the superintendent's asked for, in the 30 recommendations we put forward, many of them proposed places that we could cut the blueprint, particularly in those areas where we're seeing the lowest return on investment. One of the requests was not a particularly financial one. It was, please do a deep study of the foundation formula. It's not adequate. It will not allow us to continue achieving. And if every year I have to cut positions to balance my budget, I'm going to have a tremendously hard time sustaining the achievement gains that we've been seeing across the district.
Senator Gallion.
This question is also for Dr. Bolson. When you referred to the adequacy of funding, can you tell us what you specifically mean by that? And I thought that the Commission's funding formulas were based on research in that area.
I think we heard both Senator Washington and Delegate Miller talk quite a bit about this in their earlier questions. What we've found is if you look, we had comparisons, and we talked a lot about these last year. We looked at schools that had a very low presence of students with particular needs, particularly the areas where we fund more, students in poverty, special education, and multi-language learners. If you have a school that doesn't serve a lot of those students, the funding that's left barely covers what we've been spending in those schools. And if we're really having the money follow, what we're going to see is huge impacts on those schools that I think most people would consider they're adequately funded. They're not overfunded. I mean, most people would always say schools are underfunded, but the point is these schools are running quite well, but at their current funding levels. The foundation formula doesn't support those current funding levels for those schools. And so the challenge is the foundation has to be right. our communities have an expectation. They have a belief that, you know, we're going to deliver reasonable class sizes. We're going to continue delivering the type of performance. We're going to continue helping the teachers become more successful. But we have very few resources directed to those schools that aren't impacted. And so we're seeing great gains in our schools serving the neediest students. And so the idea of adding additional funds there for them is essential. It's making a difference. Our highest poverty schools have seen some of the greatest growth in Harford County. But if we get to a place where that foundation is not able to cover the day-to-day in the less impoverished schools, I think this is one of the things that's going to create, you know, much more negative sentiment about this whole blueprint. And so I am very concerned about how that will play out.
Thank you.
You know, I have a question related to that, or somewhat related. My understanding from the records we keep, Harford County has a $99 million fund balance. Can you explain the nature of that fund balance? And can you also talk about how in, I think it was 2019, it was about 20 million. So it's increased substantially over the years. What are you going to do with that balance?
Fund balance is a question we get asked about a lot. And there's assignments and there's, you know, our unassigned fund balance, we're anticipating at the end of this year to be $28 million. And we have a $700 million budget. It's not a particularly large. Now, there's 28 million unassigned. There's another 10 million that could be unassigned from things like an additional $5 million that we have for concerns should we have a change in our benefits. Beyond that, again, all in money that we could access, that our board could access to balance this budget is $37 million. And just a few years ago, it was much greater. What we saw through the pandemic was huge surpluses in healthcare. And so one of the things, so we were getting between $10 and $25 million surpluses in healthcare for the first 2 years of the pandemic, and then after that it started to flatten out. This year we're expecting a deficit in healthcare because, again, those costs have increased, usage has gone up, so we won't be generating the fund balance we were generating 3 years ago. To balance our budget the last few years, and again, this has a bit to do with the adequacy of the funding of the foundation formula, we spent $15 million 2 years ago to balance our budget of fund balance. Last year we spent 30 to balance our budget. And so, again, we could go all in and leave the district with nearly none, but the fund balance is, I mean, I know people like to report, they took a look at all fund balance, but that 99 number includes money that was already obligated and spent in the current year. It includes a number of other things, but the unassigned is far lower than what you mentioned.
Thank you. Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Bolson, and to all the superintendents, I first want to thank you for all the time and effort you put in putting those 30-plus recommendations together and to have the consensus. And those are recommendations that all of us should look at because you actually proposed recommendations as opposed to just the problems with the current blueprint. My specific question to Dr. Bolson is going to your testimony today regarding the governor's proposed teacher recruitment programs. You outlined that that there was no effort or outreach to determine what is already available and working in local districts that the MSDE could help support. And you said that several districts already have long-standing recruitment programs, and then point out that this is a huge amount of funding for initiatives we know nothing about and makes changes to a Grow Your Own program that was just spearheaded by MSEA and well deliberated and established by the Maryland General Assembly last legislative session. With that as the background, my question is, it seems that especially your quote that it's a huge amount of funding, that either it may not be, the state may not want to invest in those particular programs, and that the locals are already doing some of this, and that some of this is already underway?
Okay. Well, yeah, the locals are doing this, and I think the premise of the blueprint originally was to inspire innovation at the local level. So this idea of funding a state level initiative that will not be sensitive to sort of what's happening already in the districts. We have some really great things going on, and we hope to be able to support them because Grow Your Own is absolutely essential in the current environment. And that is one of the things, what we've been working on, since the beginning of this to help us address the overall issue of elevating the teaching profession, making sure we have strong people coming into our classrooms. So we definitely have Grow Your Own going. Every district is doing something with it because the Maryland Leads funding that came out during the pandemic actually provided funds for innovation. And frankly, the blueprint hasn't provided a lot of funds for innovation. Our ability to innovate and make changes has seemed like it's been increasingly diminished. And so I would suggest that keeping these funds at the local level is still a better way to move forward if the idea is you're continuing to seek educational innovation, because we are getting results. And so the idea of having the state take over these sorts of practices, I don't see it working well in teacher training, because frankly, if they hold big trainings, I've already caught all the people who train teachers in my district. I'm not going to have a way to get it delivered to them. And why am I cutting these? Because I don't have the foundation funds to sustain teacher supports and the leadership development, let alone the teachers in the classroom. So there's a lot of play here, but I thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Senator Hester.
Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of you for being here today and everything that you do to support our kids. My question is for you, Dr. Santelises. You and I have been in a lot of different meetings where we've talked about artificial intelligence. And I can't help but think as we talk about innovation and collaborative time and teacher burden, if we might be missing like a trick at the state level. I guess my question is, we passed the blueprint before ChatGPT was a thing. Sure. So, are there ways that the state could be doing more to enable like easing the workloads in lesson planning or grading or providing, AI tutors? Like, none of this has been contemplated yet. I know that you've innovated in this space. Is there a way that the state could do more to deal with these difficult fiscal issues, but using AI, which our kids are going to need to use to get jobs?
No, thank you for the question. And ironically, I don't know if you were looking at my calendar or not, but I actually just attended a conference and a meeting of superintendents around this very issue. And what I would say is, I do think that there has been movement at the state level. Former CEO Monica Goldson, a colleague of all of ours, recently held a meeting to actually discuss the place of AI in K-12 education. I will tell you, in previewing some of the AI tools that are available, particularly to lessen teacher load, which is at least my personal interest, I do think that they're getting better year over year. If I look at the conference I attended last year versus the one this year, I think that there's a rapid increase in the quality. What I will say, though, is this is another opportunity to really collaborate around, I would prioritize, given where the blueprint is focused, on improving teacher working conditions. So how do we lift some of the paper workload from teachers, I think, is much closer than some other areas. I do know that there is innovation, and we have some of our school districts here in Maryland who are working with AI for tutoring for young people. And what does that look like? But I do think it is a space for innovation. I think it is a place that could very easily be incorporated in the blueprint, but it's not necessarily directly named. If we look at what Dr. Goldson did, I think she was responding, frankly, to the need that district leaders articulated to know better what the applications for AI are. So I do think your question is timely, both personally and professionally, but I do think there's a real opportunity, particularly as we're trying to make Maryland an attractive state for teachers to teach, to really focus on leveraging it at that level.
Senator Watson.
Thank you all for coming. I'm trying to square something. I heard the state superintendent say two things that were a little disturbing to me. She said that the NAEP scores have remained flat for some time, and she said graduation rates continue to be where they are. Now, to me, that means we're still putting out products that are not ready for the real world. What I'm trying to answer the question of the money spent so far, is the achievement gap closing, and are our kids being better enabled for success? Now, Dr. Bolson, you said you've grown, but I don't know what has grown. What has improved? Dr. Santelice, as a former school board member, I know we have to have the foundation things in place. Get the kids in school, reduce truancy. I get it, and I'm glad to see that that is at least making an impact in the community schools. But from a broader state perspective, if I am asked, is the money spent thus far making a dent in ensuring our kids are ready and closing the achievement gap, what should I say, or what metric should we as a body really be looking at to know that our money is going to a good cause?
Just two quick observations. One, if you look at the latest star ratings for schools, I think you will find that the schools with greater poverty, at least in Harford County, but I think you'll see this across the state to some degree, we're recovering stars more quickly than others. There was a lot of work going on. In fact, that my school, two schools are very notable. Halls Crossroads Elementary is our school serving the greatest percentage of students in poverty in Harford County. They have outpaced all of their peers in growth. And I don't think that would have happened without the resources we were able to invest both through community schools and the other funding that followed the students to those schools. Now, at the other end, last year, Harford County saw SAT scores and participation go up, advanced placement scores and participation go up, college credit earning, participation, and passing classes went up. In addition to we ended the year with over 250 students in apprenticeships. Students aren't getting to that level of achievement without good preparation. We can't blame the test scores, we can't blame the tests. We still have a great challenge there to address. I think we're seeing the growth in those early grades with the highest need schools, but I can tell you my outcomes for my graduates have been growing dramatically, and so that's just one of the places the blueprint has been hugely successful.
And I would just add to that more than one thing can be true. I have never said that Baltimore City is at the level that we want it to be. But I think the data that I basically related earlier are all indicators that we are moving in the right direction. That's been noted, and as the president of the state boards said, Baltimore City was recognized by researchers from Harvard and Stanford as being one of the 2 school districts in the country that actually has recovered in literacy better than the rest of the nation. So are we there yet? No. But I think by national standards, as well as state standards, we are moving in the right direction. My local board has charged me with, yes, we have to have growth, but we also have to keep the end result in mind. So 2 things can be true. It's not sufficient yet, but we are definitely not where we were, and by both outside standards of academic progress as well as internal, we are moving in the right direction. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have one final question from the House.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here and for your work. I guess my question for you is getting back to the community schools piece. Given what we're facing nationally, and obviously with the potential dramatic layoffs that we might experience with our federal workforce and the associated private sector jobs that go with that, plus the sort of Damocles that is cuts to Medicaid, cuts to school nutrition, potential, you name it, any social service program is on the chopping block currently in Congress. Can you tell me, have you seen the need for low-income students in your district increase or decrease, and what do you expect it to do in the next couple of months?
Be happy to take this one, at least from my county's perspective. We just did a deep dive with my staff and my community of how we've changed in the last 20 years. And in my district, we're small, 5,600 kids. We're still 5,600 kids is where we were 20 years ago. Of those 5,600 kids, over 1,000 more qualify for free and reduced meals today than did then. Demographically, we have become way more diverse. We have way more at-promise students than we've ever had. But because of the concentration of poverty funding that we're receiving, we're able to support our ML students in a way that we've never been able to before. We've seen an increase over 20 years ago. You can count the number of ML kids on 2 hands. This year, 575. We have seen a dramatic increase, but we're providing supports in ways we've never been able to. We've been able to bolster our access to school-based health centers in every one of my schools. And we've been able to expand that to almost 5 days a week in every one of the buildings. And we're this close, we're on the cusp. The CPG funding continues to come. We'll be there in all of my buildings to be able to provide those services. We are in a desert for access to primary care in my county. The schools are what's meeting that need. And this funding has been absolutely critical to do it. We're in a food desert. It's interesting, we're in the Green Garden County, but you're in a food desert. We grow lots of crops, just not the stuff that everybody eats on their table. But we've been able to close that gap by accessing resources through community schools, as well as other community partnerships, because we've got people working around the clock. We're sending home over 1,000 bags, weekend bags, to students every weekend. Again, 5,600 kids. And we're cranking these things out because of what this funding is allowing us to do and allowing us to maximize other community dollars that exist within our community.
Okay, thank you, panel. Next round up. So is it accurate to say that we're going to have one more panel from POSAM? Is that right after this? Is that accurate? Does someone know? 2 more panels. You can begin. Anyone who would like to begin, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Miriam Rogers, and I serve as the proud superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools. With more than 111,000 students and 20,000 employees, we represent the 3rd largest school system in the state of Maryland. On behalf of my colleagues, I will provide our collective thoughts and feedback on leadership training programs and the new Academic Excellence Program. But first, I want to share the estimated impacts of this legislation for Baltimore County. Like my colleagues, BCPS has fully embraced and implemented the pillars as prescribed in the blueprint. We have already included $26.3 million in cost reductions in our FY26 proposed budget. This is in addition to $104.3 million, including increased class sizes that we included in FY25. The proposed reductions represent additional cuts across multiple categories, totaling just over $19.9 million. Across several data points as a school system, we are seeing improvements for all student groups. These proposed reductions place continued student improvement at risk. The bill alters the blueprint leadership training and creates 2 programs. The existing school system leadership program for local superintendents and board members, which has a budget of $5 million, and the new Maryland School Leadership Program costing $1.25 million per year. Lastly, I want to address the new Academic Excellence Program, which is funded with $228 million of blueprint funds over 4 years. We strongly oppose this funding proposal and suggest that if this is a priority of the state, that it is funded with general funds. Local superintendents cannot support redirecting promised funding away from schools, and we cannot incur the potential loss of school system staff, classroom teachers, who will move into these regional coach and coordinator positions. As proposed, this impacts real students sitting in classrooms across the state who need a high-quality licensed teacher to provide them with daily instruction and literacy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Superintendent Millard House. I'm the superintendent of the Prince George's County Public Schools. We, of course, serve 130,000 students, the 2nd largest school district in Maryland. We support House Bill 504 with amendments. as it brings several key provisions that align with our priorities in PGCPS specifically. However, we do believe that certain modifications are necessary to ensure that the blueprint's commitments to be equitable in terms of the students in Maryland and in the Prince George's County Public Schools. Now, HB 504 proposes changes to the per pupil foundation amount and the collaborative time for pupils as well, and freezes certain increases in the concentration of poverty. Additionally, it requires that Maryland's State Department of Education develop and modify a range of programs. I'd like to start by highlighting just a couple provisions. Number one, the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, which strengthens our efforts to recruit teachers by eliminating redundant testing and coursework requirements for teachers. It's important that we get teachers into our state and into our districts, and this will be one way to do so. Number two, the concentration of poverty per pupil funding provides flexibility, allowing for several school systems to use a portion of their funds for central administrative costs. Now, while these provisions are beneficial, we strongly urge you to consider the following. Restoring the target pupil funding, starting at FY26, we request that you restore the collaborative time per pupil amount for FY26 through FY33, as originally proposed in the blueprint. The planned reduction in funding for PGCPS would be more than $1 billion. Number two, eliminate the freeze on per pupil grants for new community schools. For FY26, PGCPS will have 19 new community schools, 11 of which will be eligible for per pupil grant funding through FY27. However, this bill freezes the increase in per pupil grants and will ensure that we have what's necessary to continue the momentum that we have in the Prince George's County Public Schools.
Thank you. Greetings. This is Superintendent Bedell, Mark Bedell from Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and I'm just thankful that we have an opportunity to share with you all where we are in relation to this particular bill and the amendments that we're seeking. AACPS has fully embraced implementing Blueprint, including embedding its priorities into our strategic plan. You see, it is because of the Blueprint, it was what attracted me to come here after serving 6 years in an urban school district in another state. And it's under that promise that I truly believe that if Blueprint is implemented properly, it will be a game changer for the children in this state, regardless of how they show up. However, under this proposal, AACPS stands to lose $8.3 million in direct education funding, combined with proposed shifts in retirement and private placement funding to local LEAs. The total impact really hits the district around $20 million in FY26. If this proposed funding pause remains, school districts, as you have heard, will have to face difficult choices resulting in cuts, and that will be very harmful. Additionally, when you think about collaborative planning, it's not just about reducing teacher hours. It is about ensuring educators have time and resources to provide targeted student support. A number of districts have already worked in their plans to ensure that this will happen. And so with the loss of TSI funding, with the introduction of collaborative planning time to ensure that teachers could continue vital early reading intervention supports for learners, without this funding, that does not happen. We will scramble to sustain intervention services for struggling readers and vulnerable students. I simply ask, and I urge you all, along with my fellow superintendents, to reconsider these budget adjustments.
Time. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Smith, Superintendent Smith from St. Mary's County, 17,000 students strong, the mother county. People know. It is difficult to discuss the merits of this legislation as any benefits or new initiatives come at the expense of foundation funding for local school systems. The rationale provided for targeting the Blueprint Foundation funding is that it's a simple postponement of collaborative planning time, but nothing in education is simple, and a cut to the foundation funding undermines all our work. Each county in Maryland entered into negotiations with their teachers to meet the requirements of Pillar 2 of the Blueprint, specifically a $60,000 starting salary for teachers, as well as incorporating additional collaborative time. Each LEA submitted thoughtful, detailed plans to the AIB on how they would meet these requirements, and all plans have been approved. They outlined salary schedules and the work to increase collaborative time for teachers by restructuring schedules, adding additional time to the teacher's day, and reconsidering how professional development is delivered. But all our plans are dependent on the foundation funding amounts written into law that we use to determine what state funding would be available in 26, 27, and 28. In St. Mary's County, we worked diligently, creatively, collaboratively to craft a 4-year agreement that met the requirements of the blueprint, and then we sought the support of our county administrators, county commissioners, to provide funding above maintenance of effort to seal the deal. And we did it in a county that is 5th lowest funded in the state. And we knew it would be tight each year, and we knew we'd have to make difficult decisions, but we could honor the promise of the blueprint and get our teachers the compensation they deserve. The flattening of foundation funding proposed in this bill will equate to a $100 million reduction to SMCPS alone over the next 8 years. We ask, we plead that you maintain the foundation funding as written in law and depended upon by our teachers and those who work with them and for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have anyone who's interested in a question for this panel, so we're going to move on. We're going to Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. Dr. Rogers, given that SB 429 proposes to freeze certain funding increases under the blueprint for Maryland's future, how do you anticipate this will impact BPCS, particularly in the terms of resources for high poverty schools, and also additionally, what strategies or strategy that BPS is considering to mitigate this funding gap?
Thank you for those questions, Senator Brooks. This would negatively impact BCPS. We have 91 community schools currently. We are projected to add more than 20 additional schools. As has been stated earlier by my colleagues, the longer that a school has the ability to engage in the assessment and implement, the better the results are. We've seen this in some of our schools. Some of our 4-star and 5-star schools are indeed community schools. Some of the schools that have made gains in state assessments are our community schools, and so we're seeing the difference that these funding and wraparound services and supports can make for our students. At this time, it's too early to tell how we would mitigate the loss of these funds. Given that there's uncertainty in other areas, the pause poses great concern for us. We would certainly look to maintain as many things as possible, but part of the success of the community schools, as we understand it, particularly from our stakeholders, is after the work is done for the needs assessment, the ability to work with partners to start implementation so that the students receive what it is that they need. And so right now, I don't have a fully fledged response in terms of how we would mitigate this funding if we lost, but I can tell you that we would expect to see a significant concerns and impact on our students who need the funding the most in our communities.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I'm actually going to shift gears a little bit here. I announced earlier some students who were here. I'd like them to come forward at this time. If you could just give your name and whoever would like to start, feel free.
All right, yeah, let me just get this open.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Chair Gazone, Chair Bonds, and Chair Atterbury. My name is Cameron Askew, and I'm on the Executive Board for the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore City. And I just want to take a second to thank our Baltimore delegation and Dr. Santelises for all the support that we've gotten from you guys today. I'm here today because this bill poses a serious threat to the commitments that we made under the blueprint, and with the proposal of cuts through fiscal year 33, this bill risks dismantling the equitable funding that many of our Baltimore City students rely on, especially those benefiting from the concentration of poverty grants. But I want to focus my remarks on collaborative time for teachers because in our classrooms, educators have evolved into a much larger role than just teaching content. They mentor, innovate, and support their students in countless ways. These added responsibilities are the result of growing student needs and a reliance on teachers for community support. Despite its incredible potential to offer teachers time to refine lesson plans, analyze student progress, and coordinate targeted interventions, especially for students in ESOL programs and those with disabilities, Senate Bill 429 delays the implementation of structured collaborative time until fiscal year 30. This 4-year delay not only undermines the professional growth of our teachers, but also exacerbates the burnout and the attrition that we're already seeing. I know there's not a person in this room who doesn't understand the weight of the deficit that we're in, but we can't allow the security of our education funding to be compromised by a miscalculated understanding of fiscal responsibility. For these reasons, we request that the committees here put forward an unfavorable vote on Senate Bill 429 and House Bill 504, and work toward a full and fair funding plan that truly values the role of our teachers and safeguards the future of our education in Maryland. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Leah Stearns, and I am a high school senior attending Western High School in Baltimore City, and a member of the Associated Student Congress of the Baltimore City. I'm submitting this testimony today in strong opposition of Senate Bill 429, which would significantly cut promised education funding under the blueprint for Maryland's future. In my school, I'm a part of the biomedical career and technical education pathway. This pathway is giving me experience and inspiration to pursue a career in the biomedical field, and so many pieces of my preparation for college and future careers are directly supported by concentration of poverty grant funds. Resources like 3D printers, tablets, tools for dissection, and 2 amazing, motivating teachers make me feel secure and encouraged to commit to a career. Outside of my career pathway and classes, I notice other changes at my school that are a result for the blueprint funds. College and career advising has been more accessible, and no wonder, because Baltimore City schools have been able to hire many more college counselors across the districts, as well as fine art teachers, paraprofessionals, and so many other staff who are supporting me and students like me every day. If that's what a high-quality, fully funded education feels like, I don't want to lose that. Maryland made a commitment to improve education through the blueprint, but SB 429 weakens these efforts. The legislature should uphold its promise to students. Cutting funding now will have a long-term consequence that harms not just our schools, but our community as a whole. Please vote no on SB 429. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isaiah Gregory, and I'm proud to serve as the Student Government President at Baltimore Design School and as Executive Board Member of the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore City. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 429, which threatens to roll back critical investments made through the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, investments that are transforming student lives across our city and state. At Baltimore Design School, I've seen firsthand how Blueprint funding has expanded career and post-secondary education, increased staff, and connected students with vital community resources. One example is our community school coordinator, Ms. Frederick, whose role, funded through the Concentration of Poverty Grant, ensures students have access to basic needs, mentorship, and after-school programs. Because of these investments, we are not just imagining a better future, we are actively building one. Across Baltimore, this funding has allowed our district to hire 72 additional fine arts teachers, intervention specialists, literacy coaches, and community school coordinators. These professionals are not just educators, they are lifelines for students who for too long have lacked the resources they deserved. Cutting this funding would mean fewer teachers, fewer programs, and fewer opportunities for students to see a future beyond high school. When the General Assembly passed the blueprint, it made a promise to invest in Maryland's youth, especially those who need it the most. We're finally seeing an impact of that commitment. If Senate Bill 429 passes, that progress will be undone, deepening the inequalities for generations to come. Instead of cutting funding, I urge you to support the progressive revenue solutions like Fair Share Maryland Act. Our students should not bear the cost of budget shortfalls. Investing in education is an investment in the strength of our futures and of our communities. Do not abandon the progress we have fought for. Reject Senate Bill 429. Our future depends on it. Thank you all for your time.
Hello,
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Armin Shiraz, and I'm here because Senate Bill 429 will hurt students like me by taking away the funding our schools desperately need. In my middle school, each grade level had only 4 students for about 120 students. An average middle school class should have 16 students per teacher. My middle school class had 30 students per teacher. At the time, I thought this was normal. But now I realize this should not be normal because the consequences are clear. Our MCAP proficiency rate was below 5%. We weren't really being taught. My parents would ask me what I learned at school that day, and my response would almost always be nothing. That year, I was the only student from my middle school to get into what we consider a good high school. My other 119 peers went on to another underfunded school with no AP courses, few extracurriculars, low test scores, and low graduation rates. Even in my good high school, we struggled with basic needs. One of our girls' bathroom was closed for 2 weeks due to plumbing issues. In the hot months, our schools close early for up to 1 week because we don't have ACs. Most of our problems come from underfunding. And yet, time after time, we choose to underfund our schools. We choose to deprive millions of students from the opportunity to succeed, not only now, but in the future. Legislator, Maryland made a promise to students like me through the blueprint. You said that you would improve education and provide better opportunities. But Senate Bill 429 breaks that promise. So I urge you to say no to that bill, because Maryland students deserve fully funded schools, not broken promises from our leaders.
Do you have one?
I will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to say thank you for your presentation today. It makes me very proud to see how well you have been able to explain the impact of this bill on not only yourselves personally, but on your classmates and your school community. Shout out to some 45th District students in the room. I gotta do that for my senator, okay? Make sure everyone knows and recognizes. But this is a yes or no question. Feel free to answer one or all. While the blueprint was designed to address inequities in funding, the fact that these bills were presented today also provides another opportunity, or dare I say obligation, for students like yourselves to defend once again why you should be properly invested in. Do you agree with that statement, yes or no?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you very much.
I'm the educator that needs to take about 50 of these students home, so if you don't mind, I would love to speak so I can get them on a bus.
Are you Ellie Mitchell?
I am Franco Mueller-Paz. I should be on the list for testimony.
Okay, well, so what I'm going to do, too, is because there were other names that were associated with some panels that the students were on, so I want to get all those folks, whether they were with them or not, they were on these panels with them, so I want to get them up here also in case they need to help them get going. So there's an Ellie Mitchell, there's Mr. Hedelman, Ria Gupta, Timothy Meyer, who's listed as a parent, and Christopher Meyer. So all of those individuals, I'm going to take those now also.
Thank you so much.
You can begin.
My name is Franco Mueller-Paz. I'm a Baltimore City resident and a teacher of 15 years. I'm in strong opposition to Senate Bill 429. This morning, our school sent students home early because, again, we have no heat in our building. That's the reality of teaching and learning in Maryland. And yet we are here discussing a bill that would take away critical resources from our schools. Instead of being warm in their homes, 50 students came here today, and I ask that they stand. They are here, studying in this chamber, reading, working on chemistry, and taking time away from their busy lives, jobs, internships, sports, dance teams, and more to demand that you keep the promise Maryland made to them. I want to speak on the critical importance of teacher work time for all children. Teacher work time is when teachers talk to parents, conference with students, meet with their fellow classroom educators, psychologists, counselors, social workers, and more to create the supports and interventions students need to succeed. These are the moments where we can reset a child's path. I've seen it countless times. Our work time directly impacts how many students earn the scholarship, get into the school of their dreams, and walk across the graduation stage. For our students with disabilities, who make up 12.4% of all Maryland students, this work time is critical. It's been stated that students with IEPs will be, quote, held harmless. This is not true. They desperately need and deserve time for teachers to dive in and determine how to best deliver what they need. Otherwise, IEP plans live only on paper. This time is life-changing. This school year alone, collaboration with my peers outside the classroom helped me and my colleagues to uncover that we had students engaging in dangerous self-harm, high-risk substance abuse, and active suicidal planning. And finally, in this national moment where children are sitting in class worried that their parents may be detained, where queer students are being viciously targeted, and students are seeing their history and culture smeared, we need time to show up for their kids. Please vote against this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, senators and delegates. My name is Ellie Mitchell. I'm the director of the Maryland Out of School Time Network, the Maryland Coalition for Community Schools, and I co-chair the Maryland Education Coalition. As you've already heard, community schools are transforming education in Maryland, and if you don't believe me, I invite you to visit and see one in action. The blueprint was designed to correct decades of underfunding and neglect. This work takes time, and the phased increases of concentration of poverty per pupil is key to that promise. CPG pays for the initiatives identified through the needs assessment process, after-school programs, health, mental health, family engagement, attendance strategies. These are the levers of change. Senate Bill 429, House Bill 504 undermines this vision. It was rushed forward without key stakeholder input to solve a budget crisis our students and schools did not create. Maryland's community schools are a national model. We support investing and scaling the infrastructure to support the more than 700 community schools. But the most sustainable way to do that is locally with institutions that have real relationships with Maryland schools, like the Towson University Maryland Center for Community Schools. Their research has actually already shown progress for community schools on both attendance and school climate. Flexibility in funding is one thing, but allowing all the districts with 2 or more schools to coordinate up to 50% is too much. We urge a more balanced approach to that flexibility that aligns more with the percentages allowed in a program like Title I. Be the first legislator that keeps this promise. Protect the blueprint. Invest in our students like Isaiah and Cameron and Armin and Leah, who you just heard from earlier. We urge an unfavorable report on SB 429, HB 504. Thank you.
Good afternoon, senators and delegates. My name is Ria Gupta. I serve as the interim executive director of Strong Schools Maryland and co-chair of the Blueprint Coalition. Let's be clear, this bill does not promote excellence in education. We've been here before in 2007 when we cut the Bridge to Excellence Act. Students suffered, schools struggled, and we spent years trying to fix the damage we've not recovered from since. Why would we willingly repeat that mistake? The blueprint, as Ellie mentioned, wasn't rushed. It was built through years of research, best practices, stakeholder input, and public demand. The changes proposed in this bill were not. Educators, parents, experts, and advocates, the very people who built the blueprint, were not consulted. You can see that by who is standing here in opposition today, by the voices you've heard and will hear, by the blue shirts and the pins in this room, and the signs. Yes, the state has a severe fiscal shortfall, but the simple truth is that the students have been asked to bear a huge disproportionate share of fiscal pain. As much as a third or more of the budget cuts and literal billions and billions of dollars. These adjustments are also argued to be based in the realities of a post-pandemic world. A post-pandemic world is one where families are feeling the weight of the realities of our economy, where we can't afford to take away funding for students in poverty. We need to wrap our arms around these populations, like Chair Atterbury said. We know who will suffer the most, students who have already been pushed aside and underfunded for generations. But let's not pretend this bill won't hurt every single student in Maryland. You've heard it here from your own superintendents, from teachers, from students. Not a single district, school, teacher, or child is better left off with these cuts. Education is not an expense. It is not a cost savings, a balance a budget, it's an investment. We urge you to reject these cuts to the foundation at Promise students and community schools. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm Timothy Meyer, a longtime PTO president in Prince George's County. I've been a parent leader for 6 years, helped guide a 300-student, 80% lower income school through a pandemic. And these blueprint cuts are the gravest threat that we have faced. Our county would lose more than $1 billion over 8 years. My community school relies heavily on concentration of poverty grants and faces $2 million in lost funding over a 5-year period. For context, our entire budget this year is $1.8 million. Year after year, I have sat with principals forced to choose between a much-needed classroom teacher or more paraprofessionals to help our most vulnerable students. Teachers juggle several roles at once. No money left for what should be essential hires. Parents donate paper, tissues, and basic supplies. Our little PTO that could finds grants to fill every single gap that we can. All this before these proposed cuts. At so many schools across Maryland, there simply is not anything left to cut. 37 of you in this room voted for the blueprint at least once. But the blueprint doesn't have an asterisk that we only keep our promises when there is a surplus. Fully funding our schools must rise above politics. Our loyalty not to any party or governor, only to Maryland students. And I know that some of you don't like to talk about taxes, but this bill is a massive tax. This bill is a $6 billion tax on Maryland's future, taking from teachers, hurting our most vulnerable, highest poverty students who can least afford it. As a PTO president, I know that the blueprint is working, and Maryland residents know that our students are worth the investment. Thank you all very much, and I urge an unfavorable on this bill. Thank you.
Christopher Meyer, no relation, for the Maryland Center on Economic Policy, in opposition. Public schools are part of the bedrock that supports a thriving community. High-quality research shows that they also support a strong economy. Rolling back the blueprint will do the opposite and ultimately depress revenue growth. This path leads to a less skilled workforce tomorrow, which will make Maryland less attractive to businesses. It will also make us less attractive to families who want their kids to get a great education, not decades down the road, today. The result is a smaller workforce, fewer employers, and less tax revenue. The bill will also make our economy less equitable. Research shows that growing up in poverty creates a daunting array of economic barriers, particularly for Black children and other children of color, from neurotoxic stress to workplace discrimination and beyond. Education is one tool in our arsenal to ensure that we leave no one behind. This bill would blunt that tool by cutting compensatory education, English learners, and concentration of poverty funding. There is a better way. We're here today because policymakers did not raise sufficient new revenue alongside the blueprint. I want to thank Governor Moore for his revenue plan. It's a major step in the right direction. We can do more to protect Maryland schools and children by building on this progress with provisions from the Fair Share for Maryland Act. That includes cracking down on offshore profit shifting, closing the LLC loophole, and doing more to ensure that wealthy individuals pay their fair share. Now you face a choice: raise the revenue we need to build world-class schools, or walk back from the promises you have made to Maryland children. I respectfully ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Senator Washington.
Thank you very much, and it's good to hear from the community schools coordinators and that perspective. I was honored to be the sponsor of the bill to create us looking at community schools. And the first question, it's only going to be two, was the community school is a strategy. So as originally, could you talk about the difference, just slightly, between the way that Maryland chose to implement the community schools model, versus say how Kentucky or New York, in terms of it being an approach for the entire state system or whole system? Just slightly on that. Just one person to answer that, and then I have another.
So, I mean, Maryland's really been a leader now in the work of community schools. We're one of the few states that have taken a full state approach and has also focused on making community schools in our highest needs schools. And the strategy that we are using is really based in the research best practices of community schools. We used to talk about 4 pillars. Now there's actually a very complicated wheel that we've adopted, but that wheel is how we're training and talking to community school coordinators. And actually, a lot has been said today about there not being enough support for community schools, and that's true because there's 700 of them now coming online. But the work to get there is already happening. All we have to do is scale it. So we have
So I think one of the principles is local, and so about local engagement control, and some of what this bill does is it shifts not only money from the community schools using concentrated poverty, which again, that was a choice. Concentrated poverty and community schools have been conflated, and they are 2 different things. A community school model can be applied at a wealthy, it's not based on that. But there's a shift from that, half of that, to the SIS school as a whole, and then there's a shift from the LEA to MSDE, correct, in terms of teaching schedules and training. So I was just wondering, whoever could comment on this $200 million that one of the superintendents mentioned, that's shifting a lot of what was happening at the local level, to the state level and creating a sort of larger bureaucracy for.
Yeah, I mean, I think the proposals that MSDE feels they have a proposal on the table to do teacher training around literacy and other topics, and that's in this bill, and there are costs to that, and that is a redirection of the Blueprint funds to do that. Now, I'm not speaking on the merits of their plans.
Just making the observation.
But that is what happens in this bill.
So there's a shifting from to others, and then the leadership schools. There's a outside. They're to hire sort of outside vendors to do evaluations and testings, and there were things that
it's not.
But I know that she may be aware of this issue of the shifting of the dollars for evaluation and training from local school systems to outside vendors.
Yeah, we've been, we saw this in this bill, and I think Ellie can talk about this with the community schools. There's a lot of great work happening in Towson University right now to build up that strategy, and keeping that within the state and building up capacity within the state is super important to create sustainability in education plans like this, and really focusing on where our money is spent and how effectively it is spent within the state is something of concern.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panel for the testimony. We just want to go over to the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. Really appreciate you all's testimony. against these cuts. I think there has to be a balanced approach, particularly when it comes to our state's tax code. Maryland ranks 41st, very regressive tax code, and I'm just curious, you mentioned that there, outside of the Fair Share Act, there are some other policies that we could be pursuing to generate the necessary revenue, not just this fiscal year, but in future years, to ensure that we're funding, whether it's our education system or really important programs. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? I know there's the Fair Share Act. I know there are some areas in our state tax code where, you know, we certainly need some reform. For example, I mean, we're subsidizing private country clubs, and we have been for decades to the tune of millions and billions. Can you talk a little bit more about what other areas or policy areas that we can look at in order to generate this revenue that you all are saying, and I agree, is important to fund our school system and other social services?
Thank you, Delegate. So I'll, am I forgetting questions? I'm going to start with your remark about the 41st state. If you look at all own source revenue, that means taxes as well as charges, fees, and so forth. Maryland is not actually far outside of the nationwide norm. The fact is we get a larger share of our revenue from taxes that just come, not disproportionately, but the fact is we get a smaller share of our revenue from fees than most other states, which is a good thing because fees fall disproportionately on folks with the lowest incomes. So if you look at total revenue, we're not far outside the nationwide norm. Second of all, just a couple facts about our tax base. The wealthiest 1% of Marylanders pay a smaller share of their income in state and local taxes than any other income group. And we actually derive the smallest share of revenue from business taxes of all 50 states, 51 including DC. Frankly, I think that's a little bit remarkable. In terms of the policies and tax reforms we can use to raise more revenue, I do want to make clear that in addition to strong support for the governor's revenue plan, the other provisions that I mentioned are part of the Fair Share Act. I was not referring to policies outside the Fair Share Act, but I think that you did make some excellent points about, for example, getting rid of ineffective subsidies in our tax code.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. Have a great day. Let's move back to our PASAM panels, and I think we have two more, so if 3 or 4 of you want to come on up. And whoever gets there first can start testifying. You're up.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Mary McComas, Superintendent in Kent County Public Schools. In our limited time today, my colleagues and I have highlighted our top-level concerns with this legislation. First, the false narrative that we need to hire 15,000 teachers in order to implement the Blueprint's collaborative time vision. Second, the inadequacy of the foundation formula and the devastating impact that reducing this funding even more will have on every aspect of the Blueprint. And third, our local struggles to balance last year's budgets and this upcoming budget cycle by cutting positions, increasing class sizes, and reducing academic and extracurricular opportunities for our students. Today's testimony does not sound like a national model of public education, rather a model whose foundation is wavering. What you have also heard today is the alarm from we as superintendents, students, parents, and other colleagues who are feeling the retreat from the commitment that our legislature has made to create a world-class educational system for students in Maryland. As for Kent County, we are the smallest school system in the state, representing 1,700 students. Our entire county population is only 19,000 people. And so any reduction in funding, particularly foundation funding, will have exponential impact because you see we lack the economy of scale that more densely populated counties have. Moreover, today you have witnessed the solidarity of my colleagues And despite our frustration, we remain optimistic that we can work with the governor and the General Assembly to protect the successes that we have made and the foundations that we have laid for future generations. Together, we can find the solutions that do keep student achievement at the front and center without crippling any individual school district's budget over the next 4 years. I will be followed by my colleague, Dr. Lawson.
Thank you. And just to be clear, thank you for your service. This is not our bill. This is not the legislature's bill. So I just want to be clear about that.
Good afternoon. I am Jeff Lawson, Superintendent of Cecil County Public Schools. And before I wrap up, on behalf of my colleagues, I want to share with you the potential impacts this bill will have on our school system, which serves 15,000 students, 11,000 families, and 2,100 employees. I appreciate you all taking the time to listen to our perspective. Since 2021, it's been the superintendents who have been charged with implementing the blueprint, and we feel as though we have a compelling story to tell. I'm responsible for sharing with you the impacts this bill could have on our county. First, the reduction in our foundation will amount to just under $2 million from the state and a similar reduction from the county's local share. We've talked a lot about the foundation. That is calculated, the reduction, by taking whatever number of students is in your school system, K to 12, and multiplying it by 163. That is the reduction of foundation. And again, that comes to $2 million in Cecil County. Of the remaining state aid, we know full well that much of that money is directed to different programs, whether it be dual enrollment, pre-K providers, or COP school. This dynamic of increased revenues being prescribed for specific destinations has been consistent throughout the blueprint's implementation, and the broad effect is the gradual and steady increase of class sizes. The bill will simply exacerbate this circumstance. For instance, in Cecil County, our class sizes are growing every year. In 2022, our school system had 488 classrooms with class sizes greater than 25. This year, 644, representing more than a 30% increase, and class size matters. So where do we go from here? Time and again, we're being told that the status quo is unacceptable and that structural changes must be made in the way we deliver education to the state's nearly 900,000 students. It's time we have the difficult conversations about the implementation dip that we're experiencing. We must admit and confront the ideals on which the blueprint was born and be willing to talk through this with all interested parties. Thank you.
Honored chairs, vice chairs, and committee members, thank you for the opportunity today. My name is Karen Bailey, and I serve as the president of MABE, as well as the chairperson of the St. Mary's County Board of Education. In the interest of time, I'm going to cut right to the chase. You heard our superintendent. The impact of the foundation funding reduction is $104 million for one county, right, between now and 2030. I have been on this board and in this office for over 10 years now. We have built pathways, we have built programs, and we have built support services for our students that help them become college and career ready and help them attain graduation. And with the reductions proposed in the foundation funding, all of that is possibly in jeopardy. And you're going to see and hear that repeated across the state. All of the programs that Senator McCray mentioned earlier, 3 hours ago, and the ones that Senator Washington mentioned are all in jeopardy with this reduction in foundation funding. Senator Quarterman, I greatly appreciate your comment regarding what the savings were on foundation versus what the impacts were with the standing up of these teacher retention programs. The majority of our LEAs already have those in place, and we are already doing those with the funding that we are provided. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Karen Yoho, who can speak a little bit more about that, but I do appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Honored chairs, vice chairs, and members of these committees. My name is Karen Yoho, and I'm on the board of Frederick County, the fastest growing county in the entire state. As a board member in my second term and a former teacher of 25 years with our school system, I'm heavily invested in providing the best education system possible for all our students. And today I'm here as an officer of MABE, an organization that has tackled education issues for decades and that speaks for the school boards of our 24 systems as a collective. I'm going to cut through some of my comments because you've heard it all. You've heard it from students. Who wants to follow students? You've heard it from superintendents who deal with this every day, the closest the whole systems and now board members who also deal with this. So what I'd like to leave you with is these cuts. If FCPS had no new enrollment growth, the anticipated lost revenue from FY 26 to 33 is $295.5 million. But again, from the fastest growing county in Maryland, in that same period, we could lose up to $319.2 million. And so what I hear from those in positions of implementing the blueprint and following all aspects of it closely is that cuts to the foundation funding will have impacts on our ability to operate, meet our fiscal obligations and interests, and importantly, achieve the broader goals of the blueprint. So if I can leave you with one word, that would be flexibility. Each of the 24 LEAs in Maryland has unique needs, challenges, and strengths. To best provide for our students and personnel, school boards and superintendents need flexibility within the mandates of the blueprint. And as my time comes quickly to a close, MABE stands ready to provide details of possible amendments to the Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act. Thank you for your time.
Are there questions for this panel? Okay, don't see any. Thank you for being with us. Oh, Senator Carozza.
Bailey.
There's a question.
Sorry, I'll be very brief, Dr. Bailey. It goes back to what we discussed previously in this hearing regarding the collaborative time pause, and if there's been a quantitatively what that means as far as those funds, and then you also brought up the teacher training recruitment funds that would be at the state level that you're saying the locals are already doing. So I'm trying to connect the dots here on, you know, what those savings are with collaborative time. It seems like you all are disputing the amount of those savings, but also at the same time saying, you know, the state funds, maybe we don't need to spend those funds because you're doing a lot of this at the local level.
Right. I think the numbers that I saw, I think with the reduction in the foundation funding, I think it equates to almost $2.1 billion over the course of the timeline that's laid out on page 3 of the proposed legislation. And this is all from memory, so forgive me. I think some of the stand-up of those teacher programs, they range for, you know, between $400 and $200 million, and I think actually the governor's panel testified to those numbers as well. A lot of the things that grow your own teachers, I mean, we've had that in St. Mary's County for a number of years, right? Almost 60% of our teachers, and Dr. Smith, I think, is still here. I hope so, he's my ride home. But anyway, you know, most 60% of our new teachers are grow your own. So they are our high school graduates that go away to college or, you know, and then come back and teach. So we see the successes. Each of the counties in Maryland have different challenges in teacher recruitment. And I mean, I'm fine if MSCE wants to stand up guidelines for us to do that, but we need the flexibility, right? The challenges that I have in St. Mary's County or that I see on the Eastern Shore are very different from Baltimore County, who, you know, they're competing against Pennsylvania, or Frederick County, you know, who's competing against West Virginia and Pennsylvania and, you know, and the Commonwealth of Virginia. So, you know, if we really are going, if we really need to cut the foundation funding, right, then please consider not cutting the foundation funding and cut from some of those other programs that are stood up in this bill.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bailey. All right, I don't see any other questions. I think you're free to go this time. Thanks. Thank you to all our superintendents for being with us today. I think we'll get back to our Strong Schools panel. If you are with the Strong Schools panel, come on up. I think we have Liz Zogby, Charlemagne Douglas, Shannon Reed, Christina Duncan, Coleman Hedelman. Are you, anyone? You did? Okay. Let me take. Okay. Listen, we got a chairs fight up here, you know.
So basically, if people could leave quietly, please. So basically, the Strong Schools Collaborative Time Panel is the one that we have not gotten to yet. All right. Thank you, ladies. Anyone who would like to start?
Okay. Hi, my name is Liz Zogby. I'm here with the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition, and I'm the co-chair of the Blueprint Special Education Work Group with Dr. Wright. And I'm here because I'm deeply concerned about the impact of this bill on the 100,000 Maryland students with disabilities. First, I want to clarify that while the bucket of funding for special education services is held harmless by this bill, actual students with disabilities will be gravely harmed. These students, like all students, will have their foundation funding cut, and students with disabilities are more likely than non-disabled students to be eligible for compensatory education and to be multilingual learners, so they will be impacted multiple times over. Second, collaborative time is the programmatic element in the blueprint that is most likely to have a significant positive impact on students with disabilities. And the lack of support for collaboration between general and special educators is one of the biggest barriers to progress for these students. Third, collaborative time is a research-based strategy for teacher retention. And we don't need 15,000 or even 1,500 students, new teachers, to begin to implement it. Last month, the Office of Special Education Programs at the U.S. Department of Education issued a Dear Colleague letter on special education personnel retention, pointing to research and best practices for teacher collaboration, including specific scheduling strategies, use of non-instructional staff, and enrichment or intervention time with outside partners or tutors. It is misleading to suggest that we can't implement collaborative time without first solving the teacher shortage. These strategies are known, achievable, and cost-effective. This bill, with its short-term redirection of funds and long-term disinvestment, spells disaster for the success of the blueprint and the progress of our students. And I urge an unfavorable report. Thanks.
Thank you. By the way, you may have noticed the timer is no longer working.
I was going to keep talking, and I have more I could say.
But I have some assistance over here.
Okay.
So I'll let you know when you come to the end of your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Am I supposed to be up here, Shannon Wilk or Shannon Reed?
Yeah.
All right. Well then. Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Wilk de Benitez, and as CASA's Director of Education, I am here today to share CASA's opinion on Senate Bill 429 and House Bill 504. As a member of both the Blueprint Coalition and MARI, the Maryland Alliance for Racial Equity in Education, CASA played an instrumental role in the passage of the Maryland Blueprint. While this was a significant step towards alleviating racial inequities within our schools, its intended outcome has yet to be fully realized. The General Assembly promised Marylanders a world-class education in which each student can meet their full potential. However, SB 429 and HB 504 attempt to dramatically reduce education spending at the exact same time that our federal government is actively rolling back protections and supports for our Black and brown students. The proposed cuts to the per pupil foundation will be particularly detrimental to low-income and multilingual learners who receive additional funding based on the multiplier of the foundation. Cuts to the per pupil foundation will result in cuts to essential language services, teacher training, and curriculum adaptations that support our multilingual learners who already face systemic barriers. The bill also proposes to stall the expansion of community schools. The Blueprint promised these schools additional supports for physical and mental health care, after-school programs, multilingual services, and other essential wraparound supports. Community schools are a proven model for addressing achievement gaps, and the proposed funding freeze will leave immigrant students and their working-class families without the critical resources needed to thrive within our education system. CASA, with numerous education advocates, wants to work closely with the governor to find a solution that balances our state's budget without sacrificing our children's future. We respectfully ask the committee to keep its promise and fully fund the Maryland Blueprint. Thank you.
Good afternoon, delegates.
My name is Sarah Hart, and I am here on behalf of Charlamagne Douglas, who unfortunately had to leave with our student advocates. I'm currently the Assistant Director of State Advocacy and Engagement at Ed Trust and a member of MARI, which is the Maryland Alliance for Racial Equity in Education. I'm here to speak on behalf of those students who we just heard. We've heard from students, superintendents, education leaders, and educators, but I want to specifically shed light on what our students spoke of, which is the reality of what the pausing of these dollars means for them and the teachers who wake up every day to serve them. As a former teacher, I understand the importance of collaborative time because it is crucial to developing the skills to maintain a high workload and not increase burnout. The decision to pause collaborative time does not encourage more teachers to stay in the classroom, but instead it is a further deterrent for them to leave. In a recent Ed Trust report, If You Listen, We Will Stay, teachers across the country specifically cited additional professional development opportunities and collaborative time as key indicators of a positive morale and success in the classroom. It states, "We learned that these meetings function as a way for all teachers to reflect on their own lives and explore how race, equity, and justice play a role in their teachings. These meetings and PD sessions happen regularly, and while they improve teachers' craft, they also help break down barriers among staff to create a safe, and welcoming community for all teachers. Therefore, we ask you to please reconsider keeping these pauses and instead keep the promise. Thank you."
Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Reed, the parent of a current high school senior and a PDCPS teacher since 2001. One of my master's degrees is as a reading specialist. I am also a national board certified teacher. Formal education without planning time is breathing without lungs. Teachers are struggling to exist without the time for data analysis, lesson planning, and reflection. Separating these crucial aspects of teaching have diminished teaching and learning in profound ways. Believing that people outside the classroom can make sense of data without details has diminished both teacher and student capacity. Thus, my testimony is in opposition to SB 429. Sufficient planning time is fundamental to restoring teaching and learning. Planning is the inhale and teaching is the exhale. In 2019, when I replaced the instruction provided in the curriculum guide for idealized students with a collaborative learning approach for my particular students, it changed the learning process, classroom interactions, and learning outcomes. It took endless hours, but teaching and learning are driven by details that happen in real time. However, classroom teachers are simply exhausted by extraordinary student demands and crushing workloads. SB 429 allows this pattern to continue instead of restoring basic tenets of teaching and learning. Teachers and students struggle inside classroom. This is reflected in the fact that I have been too busy and too tired to actually hold the workshop I told a colleague I will hold in response to her saying, "I need your help." I can and want to help her, but too much for too long has taken its toll. When my daughter graduates this spring, my 2-year countdown begins. An email from a teacher leaving my former school speaks of the importance of planning and collaboration. It stated, "Ms. Reed, I learned about half of my teaching skills just from co-teaching with you in particular." A few years later, a new teacher remarked, "I want one," when he realized that another new teacher co-taught with me all day. He didn't get one and he didn't get what he needed and he left teaching. My former co-teacher is still teaching in part because he had the time and support he needed to learn. Increased planning time is the support all teachers need to learn, plan, and teach. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all very much. All right, I am going to try something a little different because I've got names over 4 or 5 different sheets up here, and we've jumped around a little bit. I'm going to ask anybody who hasn't testified, who's signed up to testify, to come down. There's a series of chairs right behind this you can come in, so you can fill in the first 4 chairs up here, and then there's seats behind there. Okay. All right, excellent. If you all want to begin, anyone who would like to start? Anyone who'd like to start?
I'll start.
Great.
Good afternoon, chairpersons and chair members, committee members. I'm Thornell Jones, a retired physicist and executive from IBM, presently president of World Class Grads Maryland, a small think tank and advocacy group totally focused on the success of the blueprint. My written testimony was a letter sent to the governor on January 10th in support of full blueprint funding. It's the only solution to even approach meeting the needs of Marylanders to be able to support a quality style of living in the coming years, because it will vaunt Marylanders into becoming world-class citizens. Of course, this government will simultaneously have to invite high-quality, high-technology manufacturers to become producers here in Maryland. The blueprint's making the workforce the reason why they will come, and it should be sold that way as we speak. I'm here in solidarity with Strong Schools Maryland and Fair Shares Maryland, both of whom are ever present to help guide our system of education to become among the best in the world, and significantly for every student, not just 50%. Please, in your deliberations, do not forget to the return on investment from the blueprint that has been addressed by the SAGE policy group. There's no reason to ignore the long-term benefits that will enhance the life of every Marylander, and unlike the present, few adults will have to sleep in their parents' basement. Please continue to fully support the pathway to a world-class Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of the bill with amendments. You do have our written testimony. I would like to make a few points. I promise to be very brief. You heard from the superintendents earlier and their concerns and their need for flexibility at the local level. I can tell you county governments are hearing the same. We're hearing from our superintendents that they need flexibility. They need not to have a one-size-fits-all mandate upon them. So we would support their ask in hopefully creating some more flexibility. The other thing we would ask for here is that if there are any changes, we would ask for a report from MSDE to sort of outline those changes and if they are successful or what they're doing to the blueprint, and if we're making strong changes to the blueprint and if it's doing what we want it to do. So any kind of changes should also come with accountability and reporting. And generally, I think that we're very much in favor, again, of more flexibility. I'll remind everyone that I know that some people in the beginning of session looked at this collaborative timepiece and thought that county governments would save a ton of money, much like the state. I will point you to the fiscal note and point out that that is not the case. Every county is above and beyond their funding obligations. So if you look at the fiscal note, the numbers are a lot less for what county governments would save over the course of this. So I just want to make that clear, as we are facing $140 million in cost shifts in the BRFA. I don't want anyone to think that this makes up for that. So I just wanted to be clear on that. So with that, we'd ask for a favorable with amendments report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, and distinguished members of the Senate Budget and Taxation and Education, Energy, and Environment Committees and the House Ways and Means and Appropriations Committees. My name is Gavin Falcone. I'm a sophomore at Long Reach High School in Howard County and a student advocate within my community, where I serve as first vice president of HCAST, Howard County Association of Student Councils, as well as a variety of other positions. But I'm not speaking on just behalf of HCAST today. I'm speaking on behalf of every student I know personally to be impacted by this bill to request an unfavorable report on HB 504 SB 429. Specifically, this bill would negatively impact Howard County students and many others in a few ways. First, in this bill, it references how Board of Education could spend contraventions of poverty grants on behalf of certain schools. This is simply irresponsible and not responsive to the ones directly in the schools. The principals and other admin and teachers alike are the ones who are in the schools on a daily basis and know our needs. For example, last year alone, individuals of Dunlogan Middle School PTA and middle school in Howard County had to become before the MGA just to ensure capital budget was actually spent based on need and not just personal board members' wants. Secondly, as a student of a Tier 3A school with a high percentage of students who rely on farms, free and reduced meals, and a student leader who has worked with many community schools in my county, the freezing of these grants is simply horrendous, to say the least. Just now, I'm starting to see these schools benefit, improve little by little, seeing students' lives improve. But how long will this last? With these increased funds finally helping these schools get to a better place, taking it away could surely cause them to stagnate and possibly revert back to the former state. We can't finish this project halfway through. We must go to the end, to what these schools and students deserve. No matter socioeconomic status, your county, or anything, we all need the best educations possible. We can't let community schools die silently. So, with that being said, I understand the budget deficit we are currently in, but I request an unfavorable report on HB 504, SB 429, so we may continue to improve our schools effectively, especially the ones that desperately need it most. Thank you for your time.
I'm Dr. Felton Moss, Chair of the Policy and Governance Committee for the Prince George's County School Board. I have two of my colleagues with me today, Board Member Boozer Struther, and my second colleague who is with me, who represents District 9, Lolita E. Walker. As we raise expectations for students, we must maintain the integrity of the blueprint for Maryland's future and safeguard the resources of our students because they so deserve this. We've got 4 amendments that we propose for this bill today, as our superintendent talked about what we support. Number one, we fundamentally believe that we must restore the per pupil funding and maintain collaborative time for implementation. Number two, we believe that you should preserve community schools funding because HB 504 proposes a freeze on per pupil grant increases for new community schools. Number three, we believe that you should ensure local control and reduce the bureaucratic barriers that are in this bill related to MSDE and the unnecessary administrative burdens that are aligned with the leadership training program. And number four, we want you to simplify access to the collaborative time demonstration grants. While this bill allocates $48.42 million over 4 years, this amount does not offset the substantial per pupil funding reductions that are coming about because of the foundation formula. We stand ready to collaborate with you in making these critical changes to ensure that HB 504 truly serves the students of Maryland. Maryland students deserve more. Our educators deserve more. HB 504 as written falls short. We urge this committee to fully protect per pupil funding, safeguard the future of community schools, and defend local decision-making authority. Weakening these pillars of public education is fundamentally unacceptable and will have lasting consequences on our students. The futures of 131,000 Prince George's County scholars and all Maryland students is on the line. This moment demands bold, unapologetic leadership that prioritize equity and excellence. We are prepared to work with you to strengthen HB 504, but make no mistake, anything less than the full commitment to our students is a failure of leadership. The time to act is now. We urge your unfavorable support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Is there anyone else sitting in the audience who had signed up to testify? If they are, now's the time to come down and sit behind the panel. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Julie Walsh. I live in Mount Airy, and I am a mother to 5 children attending 4 Carroll County Public Schools. I come to you today on behalf of the Carroll Education Coalition, a newly formed group of Carroll County residents who are alarmed at the budget and staffing crisis facing our county school system, and who are committed to advocating for more funding at both the county and state levels. Outside of the classroom, Carroll's operations are leaner than perhaps anywhere else in the state. We rank 23rd in central office staff, 24th in instructional support staff, and we rank last in the state for per pupil spending. Last week, the residents of Carroll County learned that our Board of Education was considering an FY26 budget that would cut 92 FTE, move around another 90, not meet employee and bus contractor compensation commitments, and eliminate or reduce other programs. As a result, we're looking at class sizes of up to 44 at the elementary level, 40 at the middle, and 42 at the high school level. We expect to cut math and reading specialists from schools in addition to other teacher and staff cuts. We applaud this bill's focus on retaining and recruiting teachers, but it feels like a hollow promise in our community where we expect to lay teachers off. Our coalition wants to see plenty of attention and resources focused on the students whose needs are greatest. but we question how students are served by an implementation that will result in schools losing the professionals who focus on those who need the most help: reading specialists, math and resource specialists, and special educators. In sum, we ask that you oppose this bill's proposed reduction in the target per pupil foundation amount, and given the multiple fiscal pressures facing counties, we ask for flexibility in meeting requirements. We're concerned that if the blueprint is underfunded or not implemented more thoughtfully, the effects of blueprint may not align with the goals of blueprint, and our children will be harmed.
Guess it's my turn. Thanks for sticking around. My name is Trish Brennan-Gack, and I'm the Executive Director of Maryland Reads. Over the last 4 years, Maryland has made significant investments in education that laid the foundation for us to tackle our reading crisis. In 2021, the adoption of the blueprint quadrupled funding for community schools that can play an important role in advancing thriving reading ecosystems. In February 2022, the Maryland Leads Grant incentivized school districts to implement a comprehensive literacy plan aligned to the science of reading. In May 2024, Dr. Wright secured a 4-year, $6.85 million partnership with the IBIS Group to provide high-quality professional development aligned to the science of reading for Maryland educators. And in September 2024, Dr. Wright secured a $40.3 million 5-year grant from the U.S. Department of Education to help build the state system of support for reading. What Dr. Wright learned in Mississippi, and what I learned in my career in education, is that changing practice is not easy. During her time in Mississippi, Dr. Wright found that in order for teachers and leaders to translate the training and resources that were provided to them on the science of reading into classroom practice, they needed help. And the key, it turns out, was literacy coaches. Whitney Nyman, a literacy instructor at St. Mary's College of Maryland and a member of Maryland Reads Expert Advisory Delegation, was planning to join me here today, but due to the snow forecast for Southern Maryland and the fact that she has a 7-month-old baby, she was unable to be here, so I'm going to deliver her remarks as a reading expert. As a K-12 educator, Professor Nyman experienced firsthand the value of literacy coaching. As an ELA teacher in Washington State, she saw students engage with their teachers in new and meaningful ways as a direct result of the guidance they received from literacy coaches. Now is the time for Maryland to capitalize on its recent educational investments, specifically the resources and credentials available to educators through the IBIS Group, by adequately funding literacy coaching positions. Having completed one of these micro-credentials herself, she recognizes that their inherent value will best be realized in the classroom through the support of literacy coaches. Investing in literacy coaches now will leverage the investments we have made and help ensure that teachers have the opportunity and the support they need to successfully teach reading in their classrooms to every child in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Just FYI, we've got at least 6 or 7 people testifying virtually, so next time they may want to take that opportunity, because that's always one that we have. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, almost evening, chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committees. My name is Leslie Seid-Margolis. I manage the Education and Mental Health Work and Service Policy Council at Disability Rights Maryland. We are the protection and advocacy agency for the state, and our work, we work to advance the civil rights of Marylanders with disabilities. I'm also here on behalf of the Education Advocacy Coalition, a coalition of nearly 50 organizations and individuals concerned with education policy for children with disabilities. And I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 429, House Bill 504. When the blueprint legislation passed 5 years ago, and it did it amazingly without the kind of statewide litigation that has engulfed so many other states, it offered an unprecedented reform of Maryland's education funding structure with its concomitant promises to ensure that students with disabilities, many of whom are also low income and a number of whom are English language learners, would finally be able to obtain meaningful education opportunities with the supports and services necessary to enable them to meet demanding standards and be prepared for college careers and robust lives in their communities. I am not going to repeat all the very compelling testimony you heard from people earlier this afternoon about why these proposed cuts are so damaging. But I do want to say that to undercut the promise of the blueprint by implementing the proposed cuts actually is exactly what our now governor pleaded against 5 years ago when he testified in support of the blueprint. He said, and I quote, "I am asking that you not tell our most systemically underserved communities to pay for their own poverty," close quote. It is incumbent upon the state to heed those words and to not try to balance the budget on the backs of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? All right, I just want to say one quick comment. I believe that, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, ma'am. Julie, I think in the whole day today, I think you were the only one who mentioned that you'd be advocating at the local level also for increases in revenues. I just wanted to thank you for that comment, because I do think this is an issue that runs on all levels. And interestingly enough, I know not all jurisdictions are the same, but because real estate prices have gone up so dramatically lately, that should be assisting local governments in many cases, not all, but in many cases. So there might be some real opportunities for people to talk to their local governments about the resources they may have and be able to contribute to this. It ties into the question I asked earlier about surpluses that are existing in just about every jurisdiction. There's a total of about $1.4 billion in all the jurisdictions. And a lot of that money is being used for things, I believe, like deferred maintenance and things that have to get done, but also I see as a big responsibility of local government also. So thank you for your comments.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, I think, thank you all very much. We're going to move on to the virtual folks that we have, and how they seem to be all up there. The mayor, yeah, Mayor Cross.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you so much to the esteemed members of the committee. It is, I think, a risk to support Senate Bill 429, but I do offer to strengthen Maryland's education by finding a formula that sustains equitable resources and allocation investment for student success. I believe in the blueprint for Maryland's future, and I also believe that we can expand the collaboration beyond just the Maryland State Department of Education and integrate a teacher resiliency pipeline, which will build a long-term dedicated workforce of educators and leaders. Let me explain. A proposed solution, teacher residency pipeline, allows us to invest not only in our college seniors as resident teachers, but would place education as a major in their classrooms, with the teacher residencies receiving their pay. This pay is different, of course, than a full-fledged, high excelling teacher, but the final year would gain a hands-on experience and under mentored teachers, which would build a more successful teacher pipeline in the future. Providing financial support and creating leadership development track. Maryland's government must find partners and support this blueprint, the whole of government approach. Maryland Department of Labor, the Higher Education Commission, the Maryland Department of Budget and Management, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Health, local county governments, federal funding and grant programs. Listen, we're in the thick of things here, folks, and a strategic impact and a retention and stability program must come from all of us giving a little bit more to protect our nation's best resources, which is our youth, which are going to inherit the earth. We must enhance student learning, and by doing that, we contribute to even allowing for smaller teacher ratios by improving the individualized instruction. We must build a sustainable workforce. I thank you for all of the testimonies and all those who have deliberately shared their time and their passion. We honor that, but I ask a whole of government consideration.
Thank you very much. Sarah Quirk, is she here?
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Gazone, Feldman, Atterbury, and members of this distinguished committee. I am Sarah Quirk. I'm a proud member of the Maryland Occupational Therapy Association, and I'm employed as a certified occupational therapy assistant with Baltimore County Public Schools. I am currently serving multiple disabilities from autism, traumatic brain injury, and numerous orthopedic and cognitive disabilities. I'm here today for Senate Bill 429, Excellence in Maryland Public School Act. Myself, along with the Maryland Occupational Therapy Association, have concerns about proposed revisions to wraparound services in Senate Bill 429. We have a position of favorable with amendments. We request that the committee delete the following language from page 27 and lines 2 and 7, where it states "and number of highly qualified teachers at the school," and then where it states "other services as defined by the department and guidance or regulation." The proposed language would dilute necessary funding for wraparound health, social services, and educational support services at community schools like mine. Wraparound services are absolutely essential to ensure educational success for students from communities with high rates of health and economic disparities. The blueprint already provides community schools with the flexibility to invest where the needs are highest in school health and wellness personnel, educational supports, or school-based health centers. Please preserve the integrity of the blueprint by safeguarding wraparound services like occupational therapy for community schools. I thank you for your time and all of your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Jaskowski.
Good afternoon, or evening, I suppose. I'm Dr. Amanda Jaskowski. I'm a parent of 3, a full-time educator, and the PTA advocacy chair at Freedom Elementary, which is Carroll County's most overcrowded public school. I'm testifying in opposition to SB 429, HB 504, which threatens investments our state has committed to making in our public schools through the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Since the economic downturn in 2008, Carroll County Public Schools have balanced its budget by cutting over 375 staff members and reducing spending across the board. And these measures have already compromised our school system's ability to deliver quality education. Further cuts as proposed in this bill would dramatically exacerbate these issues. Firstly, due to the overly stringent fiscal compliance guidelines in the blueprint, our county, as you heard, is already forced to cut a large number of employee positions and shift many others, which we anticipate could increase class sizes up to 44 students in Carroll. Beyond the immediate safety concerns that this poses, cuts to per pupil funding will further diminish the quality of education for many of our students. Carroll, like many others, also receives additional funding for special education students and multilingual learners. And you know that there's ample evidence that these groups have a wide achievement gap in relation to their peers. The proposed bill will limit resources for the students who need them most, directly harming those who rely on specialized support to thrive academically and socially. And shout out to my MOTA representative, because I'm also an occupational therapist. Delaying funding for collaborative time grants will hinder our teachers' professional development and their ability to plan effectively. At a time when Maryland's experiencing a teacher shortage, the proposed delay will make it even more difficult for Carroll and other counties to retain talented teachers. Like Julie Walsh, who you just heard from, I am doing my part to encourage our Board of County Commissioners to help us out, but I also urge you to reject SB 429 and uphold the commitments made in the blueprint, which is already underfunded. In a climate of budget crisis, we must prioritize our most precious assets and make stronger, fully funded schools a reality.
Thank you. Lauren Tenney.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I want to first start by something that I wasn't planning on saying, but it came up in terms of free and reduced cost meals. You can find something on that on page 13. In terms of healthy food under wraparound services on page 26, and then in terms of food pantries as part of support programs on page 29. So food definitely does come up in this bill. So I worked as a professor of psychology for almost 2 decades, and for the last 10 years on and off as an ESL teacher online with children in China. In 1988, I was institutionalized in a psychiatric facility and put in special education and have an IEP diploma. In my charts, there were fights between the principal of the school and the psychiatrist trying to prevent college planning for me, and the principal of the school supporting that. Of course, my opposition paid off, and I did wind up getting eventually, after running away with the traveling carnival, a PhD in psychology and 2 master's degrees in public administration and psychology. I think that it is horrific that there are multiple weights that are being set out in terms of how resources are being delivered based on disability, who gets to decide that. I'm very concerned about what diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, and belonging that is addressed in the bill, and how that may be affected with the new administration. And I urge you all to resist. And I'd just like to leave you with 2 thoughts from Frederick Douglass, who famously said that knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave. And once you learn to read, you will be forever free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for any of the virtual witnesses? Seeing none, that concludes the hearing today. I want to thank all 4 committees for hanging out and working through this today on this very important matter. Any comments? All right. Thank you all very much. Have a great night.